Uh, okay, I guess we can get started now. It's we waited for some time now. Uh, is that okay with everyone? Shall we start?
I'm okay.
Yes,
Okay,
fine with
perfect.
me.
All right, perfect. Let's get started then. So, pretty much just to kind of quickly recap what we covered up in the last session, just to make sure that we understand what we will be covering up today. So first of all, we started with the measure phase. In the measure phase, the entire purpose is to collect data, which will be good for analysis, which is reliable data. So in order to collect reliable data, we do some bit of activities. There's certain things which we need to do. So first thing first, when we get the measure phase started, we uh, get the possible excess, because when we start the measure phase, we already know the business problem, but we first need to collect what is the business problem all about, like what are the different reasons why we could be facing that business problem. So we do our fishbone analysis, we get our possible causes listed by the help of fishbone diagram. We do a brainstorming session, we collect possible x's. Those possible x's which we have, we need to collect data on those x's and the y to understand, and to so that I can start my analysis thereafter. Next, we talk about like the sample size calculation. Depending on the kind of data we are working on, we will pick up the method of collecting or calculating the sample size. Once that's done, we have to decide on the method of sampling, what's going to be the right method of sampling. And once your sampling methodology has been decided, you go with a stratified random sampling, or you go with rational subgrouping, or you go with any other method. Now, you need to understand, like we will not be allowed to go and collect the data at this stage, although we are absolutely ready. We got the x's, we know the y, we know the sample size, we know the method. We need to pass this test, which is measurement system analysis. Now, measurement system analysis is all about validating the entire process of your data collection. uh, the people involved in the data collection, are they trustworthy or not? Can I trust the data being collected by someone? Is this person reliable enough? Is this person trained? So if I don't get this validated, I shouldn't be using the data from that person. So it's a validation of the people involved in the data collection. And what if I'm using some equipment for collection of data? If that equipment is not trustworthy, I shouldn't be using that equipment, because then the data will be incorrect. So this entire purpose of measurement system analysis is to validate that if I'm going to be using an equipment or people in the process of data collection, is that trustworthy? And if you basically, there is always an error in the data wherever there will be an equipment used, wherever there will be people used in the data collection, it's a manual process, there will be an error. So you can't ignore, you can't say there is no error, it is error free data. That's never going to happen. There will always be error. All we want to find out by measurement system analysis is that how much of error is there in the data. And based on certain criteria, we will understand that this much of error is acceptable, it's okay. Some there is a ranges which we'll look into, and certain bit of error is debatable. Some bit of error, like beyond certain point, it's just not acceptable. So we'll look into all those aspects. Entire purpose is to find out how much of error is there. That's the crux of it, that how much of error is in the data, in the process of data collection. So once you understand this, then we are in a good position to take a decision. Is it okay with me or not? How do we figure it out? For equipment error, we do a repeatability test. We do repeatability, wherein we measure a part, we pick up a part, we measure the part again and again by same operator, by the same equipment. And if you see variation in the reading, where nothing is changing, neither the equipment is changing nor the person is changing, and the part also remains the same. So not the readings should be same, which if in case you see a variation, that is coming because of your equipment, which is faulty. So equipment error is checked by repeatability. Operator error we check by reproducibility. So reproducibility is all about in measuring the same part using the same equipment but by different people. Bottom line, if I measure something differently and you measure something differently using the same equipment, then it's a problem with the technique or the style of, like, the difference in the understanding or technical knowledge of, like, between the operators. So it's all about ensuring that people involved in the data collection, they should be having no discrepancy as such. They should be at the same level. So pretty much that's how we go about, like uh, finding it out. So repeatability, reproducibility is all about finding if these will be the elements in the measurement system analysis. When we do measurement system analysis, all we want to find out how much of error is coming because of equipment, how much of error is coming because of operator, and we do repeatability, reproducibility for that. The name of the test that we, like, the test that we will be covering up today right now is, in case the data that you are collecting, we're working on, the business problem that you're working on, if that's continuous, and if you remember what is continuous data, any data which can be measured, which has a measurement unit like weight of a part, length of a part, like dimensions, all those, anything which has a measurement unit is going to be a continuous data which has a measurement unit. So the name of the test is gauge RNR ANOVA. We will be performing this test, which if you expand this gauge RNR, it's gauge repeatability and reproducibility analysis of variance. When we want to check the repeatability, the equipment error, the operator error, and you want to analyze the variance in that. So that's how we find this one. Other one is attribute agreement analysis. This is used for discrete data. If your data is discrete, then you will be performing this test. Now, let's have a look at the data for gauge RNR. How do we do the test? So in the training material that we must have downloaded from the link, in the data files, we have this folder, measure. In the measure folder, you have this Excel file by the name of gauge R and R crossed. So I'll open up this file. Now, we need to first of all understand this data. I have this data on which we'll be practicing, and this one is for your practice. Later on, whenever you get time, do practice on this data also, so that you get a much better clarity. So this is for your practice, the second data set. Now, uh, I will explain the data this way, but this is just for explaining. The data needs to be collected, and like, the format of putting the data in the sheet has to be this way, and we'll understand this. That's how MINITAB will read and perform the test. But just to make it clear, I have plotted the data like this. So this is in all, see, all the measurement that we have done is in one single column. All the measurement data is in one single column in this case. That's how Minitab will read this data. But I have, just to kind of get this clear to understand, I have kind of copy pasted the data in three different blocks. That's how. Now let's have a look at it. What are we doing here? How do we do the gauge R&R? The data plotting has to be done correctly. Otherwise, the Minitab can't read the data in that case. Let's have a look at it. First of all, we say there's a manufacturing unit and I'm manufacturing certain, like stationery. This is all stationery related. So I have a manufacturing unit for some stationery stuff. So I pick up a pen from the production, whatever I'm manufacturing. I pick up a pen, and I'm the same. There's three operators, three people who do the data collection, who measure the quality of the product and everything. So here they are measuring the weight of the pen. This is in grams. So probably they pick up the pen and they measured the weight of the pen. The same pen was again measured. The same pen was again measured. So same person audited this pen three times. What activity have we done here? Anyone wants to pitch in? What activity have been done? We measured this pen. You got different readings here. What activity have we completed here in terms of MSA? We picked up a pen. We measured it using some weighing scale. Again, the same pen was measured. Again, the same pen was measured. What activity have we completed here? Anyone?
Repeatability.
Absolutely correct. Repeatability. Same equipment is being used, same operator, and the same pen. Same. So nothing's changed. Same equipment, same parts, same operator. We measured it three times and we see already an error in the equipment. Repeatability. Equipment is causing some variability in the data. and that's clearly evident. This person's knowledge, talent, skill will not change, but this pen, the weight of the pen is not changing. So the equipment is giving you irrational readings, and I can already see error in the equipment. The same part was given to other operator. This person also audited the same pen 3 times, and even here it is showing you some bit of discrepancy. The weight of the pen can't keep changing every minute. That's how it is. The third person was given the same pen and he audited. So every person did repeatability. I can clearly see there is an error. The equipment is behaving awkwardly and is giving you different readings. Altogether, what activity have we completed for the pen? Altogether,
Repeatability test.
the repeatability is everyone did, but altogether we put together everything here. So other element was reproducibility. Same equipment, same part, but different operators. Do we see a difference in the style of every operator? The readings are different. So individually they did repeatability, individually they did repeatability. But if you go by the reproducibility definition, it says you measure the same part using the same equipment, but by different operators. And you see a variation in the readings. That's the difference in the style and technique. So when we look at this, that clearly shows that different person had different style and way of measuring it. So we clearly see there is an error in the equipment. We already see that there is a difference in the style and technique of every operator also. So repeatability, reproducibility, both is getting covered here. Similarly, we pick up a pencil. So whatever we're manufacturing, so we pick up a pencil, and here again we perform the same activity. We picked up an eraser. We did similar activities. Similarly, so we have some parts, we kind of audited all those parts, and they have these readings. Now, every part was audited three times by every operator. Now keep this in mind, you need minimum. So I'll just go and write it here so that we can maintain the notes. We need minimum of 2 operators for reproducibility. Otherwise they will, you can't do a reproducibility if you don't have 2 people at least to compare 2 people. At least minimum you had 3, well, that's fine. Minimum you need 2 operators. Similarly, we need minimum of 2 repetition. Here 2 repetition for repeatability. Because if you don't have minimum 2 repetition, you will not have repeatability. So at least you should have 2 repetition, and at least you should have 2 operators for repeatability and reproducibility. Now, if keep this in mind, if you decide to do 2 repetition, whatever repetition, all parts must be audited 2 times by all operators. It has to be consistent. You can't just measure one part 2 times, another part 3 times. It has to be consistent. It has to be a balanced model. So if you decide to do it 3 times, you have to measure every part 3 times by everyone. If you decide to do it 4 times, it has to be consistent 4 times for every part. So whatever you like, whatever the bandwidth you have, how much time you have, you can decide. But yeah, minimum 2 is required, and that has to be consistent. Here we decided to do measure it three times. Please go ahead and do it. Higher the better. But yes, minimum 2. But if whatever you decide, that has to be consistent. So that's what you got to ensure that it's consistent enough. Now, this was to for ease of understanding, the data was plotted like this. But how the data is supposed to be plotted for Minitab to read this is first person's data, the first operator, appraiser 1, first appraiser's data. We put in here all the data for operator 1, then followed by all the data for operator 2, followed by all the data for operator 3. See, same stuff. This is how Minitab will read this. That's a correct format of putting the data, but ideally it becomes difficult to understand this way. So I put all the data, copy pasted data parallelly next to each other so that we can read and have a look at it. So that's how data needs to be done, like plotted. Now, now we want to understand, is this when this entire process of data collection happened, we wanted to take down the measurements, my process was to collect the data. Is this data trustworthy? Is the equipment error in this data, is this acceptable? Is the operator error in the data, is this acceptable? That's why we're doing a gauge RNR. Whenever my data is continuous, which is in this case, we're measuring the weight of the part. Is this acceptable or not? Is it something which is reliable or not? So we will be checking this. But before we check this out, we put this on MINITAB, and to do the analysis, let me write an equation, because that's what something we will be, we'll see on MINITAB when we perform the test. Total variation is equal to part to part variation plus equipment variation plus operator variation. So there are three types of variation we see that will total up to the total variation. Now, operator variation, we already know that's reproducibility error, the operator error. This is an error which we don't want to see. There is a difference in operator understanding, which we already seen. There is an error in the data. Equipment error, that's also an error. These are the measurement system error. That's what we want to find out. These two error. I don't want these errors. I know for sure they are always there. I want to find out how much is that. That's the entire purpose of doing a measurement system analysis. You put together these things, that's my measurement system error. Part to part variation, this is not an error, and we need, just that's the only thing we want to understand. What is this part to part and why it is not an error? These two are error, that's what we want to find out. But what is this? Let's have a look at this. What is part to part variation? Now, the weight of the part for the pen, is that different from the gel pen? Absolutely yes. This is one part, this is other part. Part to part variation, that will be different. That is not an error. A pen and gel pen, they're two different parts. Some could be lightweight part, some could be heavyweight part, some could be medium sized part. So part, one part to another part, there will be a variation which is not an error, which you can't call this as an error. This will be different from this. Every part will be different. It could be same, it could be different parts. Are whatever you manufacture, whatever you work on, like they have different size parts. You can't call this as a part to part. One part weight would be different from another part weight. This is not an error. There will be variation in the reading, yes, but within the same part, this is an error. Within the same part, it's an error. Pen can't be same as eraser, can't be same as gel pen. There are different size parts and they will be different. That is not something which we can call as error. So part to part is not an error because they are different size parts. Within the part, equipment error. Within the part, operator error. That is a problem. That's what we want to find out. So I hope we're clear with what is part to part. Everyone, is this okay with everyone? What is part to part?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. So I'll just copy paste this data on Minitab and let me just perform the test, and let's have a look at it. How do we know is this acceptable or not? Whatever error we have. So we go to assistant here. In the assistant, the first tab says measurement system analysis, MSA, measurement system analysis. We click on this. It says what kind of data we have. It's a measurement data. Yes, we have measurement data. What is the objective? Do you want to collect data? No, we already have the data. We need to analyze it. So we just clicked on this one, analyze data. We click on this one. Now, operators are my appraiser. So I double click the appraiser. It will go in operator and appraiser will get mapped. Parts with part numbers, measurement with measurement. So operator with appraiser, part with part, measurement with measurement. Now it's asking about the process variation. Do you have the process standard deviation? If you don't have it, you have it, you can put it here. Else, you can definitely click on this. You have the data, please calculate the standard deviation from the data itself. Whatever data we have collected, calculate the variation, the standard deviation from the data itself. So just click on this one, estimates from the parts in the study. So whatever data we have collected, calculate it from the data itself. Okay, that's it. Click OK. And the reports and the red test will be done. These are ready reports that we can share with the management. Formatting and everything will be done. Explanation also. So let me just double click. Let me show it to you. Let me just double click this. Let it come up and have a look at this. What are the rules? See, it tells you the rules also. Let me just write it down on Excel. But that's where we have. What is the rule basis which we say it's good, bad, acceptable, unacceptable? It says if your percentage study variation, that's the criteria we will see. If it is less than 10%, that means your variation, overall variation in the data. If it is less than 10%, then you have an excellent measurement system. It's great. We understand there will be variation, there will be error in the data, which is fine. But less than 10% is industry benchmark. That's what we want. Least, as less as possible. Between 10% and 30%, that's like it's a management decision. You can't decide it. So it's a management decision whether they will allow that kind of error, whether it's this much of error is acceptable or not. This is theoretical only because no management will let you this. You, anyone who is going to work in real practical world, they only go with this one. This is just from theory's sake. Yes, it says management will decide it's okay or not okay. Well, in real world, people don't let you. They say, well, if you have a problem in the data, go and get your equipment fixed, get it repaired, buy a new one. If your people are not doing good job, pretty much get them trained. So nobody would let you work in this way, management decision. No one would approve that kind of system. Greater than 30% is straight away reject. That's too much of error to deal with. That means it's too bad. You have absolutely bad equipment, you have absolutely bad operators, they have no sense of doing what they're doing. So but in real world, that's the only acceptable criteria. The real world, yeah, theory, you can all talk about this middle gray area, which is just looks good in the theory. Have a look at this test results now. It will help you to understand this. General rules, it has already given all that stuff. Less than 10% is acceptable, 10 to 30% is marginally acceptable as per management's discretion, and greater than 30% is unacceptable. It explains all of that. Have a look at this. Reproducibility. So the same criteria, you can see the green line is 10, 30 is the red, and then percentage study variations that we talking about. If I look at this one, the operator variation, reproduce, it says reproducibility, 29.29%, almost 13, touching 30%, which is bad, absolutely bad. So operators are creating huge amount of variation. They are absolutely bad. You need to train your operators. They are doing a terrible job. They are bad, pretty much. You need to have operator training them. You can't use these people for doing the data collection because everyone has started, they have their own ways or methods of analyzing the data. That's what it tells us. How about the equipment? Repeat, it says repeatability. Equipment, that is about 15.9, roughly 16%. Well, more than 10%, I will still say it's still bad. So you get your equipment repaired. It's not touching 30, but yes, it's more than 10%. So I'm not going to use this faulty equipment, get this fixed. Simple as that. When you see these are individual ones which will not get eventually added up, it's not mathematics. You can't just add up this person and this person. Overall, when you look at the overall process, what is the total variation, total overall process variation? That is crossing 33%. That's about 33.33% in the overall process, keeping both equipment and operator put together. Your overall process variation is about 33.33%, which is unacceptable overall also. So pretty much you have like failed in all possible parameters. You can't work with this existing setup. So yeah, you need to have some sort of action plan. So double click this, have this some comments. So our MSA, like, so you can mention this, our MSA, which is measurement system analysis, failed. Whatever, just personalize this comment. Equipment will be sent for calibration, will be sent for calibration, or like refixing or buy new one, whatever. And operator training will be conducted on so and so stuff. And just mention your action plans. Click OK. Comes in here. Click OK. Stays there. So just copy paste this data, copy the graph, take it to PowerPoint, whatever you want to do, save the graph, and this report is ready. Just have a look at, just scroll down. Now it further gives you some more additional information. Have a look at this. The data created box plots. If you remember, we did work on box plots. So The data for box plot for operator 1 is different. Like you can see the shape also. Operator 2 box plot is also looking different. And operator 3 box plot is also looking different. The three different operators are measuring the same data and are measuring it so differently that the box plots are also looking different, which is further validating that yes, operators have a different way of measurement. You are measuring the same thing, you should be measuring it same or at least similar, but their data is creating the way they are measuring it's absolutely different. The box plot tells you the same story. Have a look at this. It tells you who is the culprit, like practically on which part they are messing up big time. You can see this color pen, no one is measuring the parts similar. You look at this, green one is the third operator, blue one is the first operator, the red or maroon one is the second operator. Everyone seems to be kind of measuring it differently. No idea whatsoever. And this guy is not able to match up these two. So pretty much this guy is creating operator variation here. So brush like is measuring it differently. Generally, you will see this maroon one is generally measuring on the lower side, little conservative, little conservative. The green one is little higher up always, little higher up always. So somebody is more conservative, somebody is like little liberal in their reading. So but yeah, it helps me to understand who is not sinking in, who is creating more of error at every time whenever kind of they're dealing with measurement of a data, who is not sinking in the entire process. So this information can help you understand on which part we need more hand holding to be done, more training to be done for a particular operator. So it helps you understand that. Now, having said that, the same stuff is like they are kind of combined. This graph is being shown like this. This green one is generally a rating below the average. Here we're looking like entire. If I take all the readings, it's recording below the average. The blue one is generally going above the average for everyone. So some basic stuff. Uh, every person's like these are journal recordings for all the values put together. So that's like all the values consistent rating, all the averages for all the operators put together. Basically, the same values we are getting here: 15.91, 29.29%, 33.34%, which has been explained in this graph here, this percentages and everything, same stuff. So that's how we get to know that our measurement system has failed in this case, and we need to get the equipment fixed, and we need to get our operators trained uh, to get this done. Is this clear to everyone how to read and interpret a gauge R&R test? Is that okay with everyone?
Mr. Pican, sorry, I'm having a little bit trouble with the connection.
I'm sorry, I didn't get it. Yeah, yeah, Brian.
Yeah, you were saying that anything below 30% is acceptable
Anything below 10% is acceptable. Anything below 10% is good. But below 10%, that means is least error. But if it is between 10 and 30, again, theoretically, you can say there is a management decision required for, but more than 30% is unacceptable. So everything, when we look at this, equipment is about 15.91%. It's more than 10%, which is equipment is not good enough. Operators are really bad, 29.29%. But if you look at the overall, it also tells you the same story.
Sir, can you show me again how you did that in the MINITAB one more time? Because the
Yeah.
connection is
Okay.
really bad.
Okay. 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 I'll just kind of put that on mute for now. Okay. You want me to get like show you how did we get the graph, this test results, Brian? Uh, do you want me to just redo this to how to get this graph? Is this what you were looking for?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
How
Okay.
did you get the graph?
Okay. Okay. So I'll just take this off. Okay. Now go to assistant, go to measurement system analysis, and when we click on analyze data, gauge R not crossed. Now, here we'll get operator, so we'll double click the appraiser to map it with operator, parts with parts, and measurement with measurement. So operator will be mapped with appraiser, part with the part, measurement with the measurement. It's going to ask for a process variation data. So if you have standard deviation known to you for your process, you can use it. But ideally, you can use this one, which is says estimate from the data, whatever data we have collected, calculate the standard deviation from the data itself. So we click on this estimates from the parts in the study. That's what. That's it. We need to just click OK after that. We'll publish uh, the test results. It says if your process variation, this is the rule to check whether the gauge R&R, the process is good enough, acceptable or not. If the total gauge or anything, when we say percentage study variation, if it is less than 10%, it is great, it is good. If it is between 10 and 30%, it is marginally acceptable. If your management allows that much of error is okay with them, they will approve it, which is not going to happen in real world. Greater than 30% is straight away reject, no point even asking or seeking an approval. But in real world, again, no one will go for more than 10%. So if I look at the same criteria, operator error, reproducibility, it says reproducibility, which is operator error, which is about 29.29%, which is really, really high, almost like crossing 30%, almost there. So operators like very bad, they are not in sync. We need to get them trained. Equipment, it's like 15.91%, which is even bad. Like practically I can get this equipment fixed and I can take care of this error. So get this equipment repaired or buy a new one. Bottom line, I don't want to use this equipment, but still it's more than 10%. And when we look at the overall process variation that we have, it is going to be 33.33%, which is still very bad. It's still very bad. Keep this in mind. These percentages are not additive. You can't just add up this 15% plus the 29% as this. No, these are not per standard deviations. These values are coming from the standard deviations, and they are not additive. You can't just add them up. But total gauge R0 is the overall process variation, including the error, equipment error and the operator error. And standard deviations are not additive. You can't add up. You can't plus them like zero. So that's simply you can't just say that this is 33% and like, so if you look at this, if we just scroll down, you can see these values and that will further give you clarity. 33%, 15.91%, 29%, and so on and so forth. These and 94% is part to part error, which is why we say this is not an error, and total is 100%. These are not additive. These are coming from standard deviations. Standard deviations cannot be added up. So don't get into basic stuff. The total error in the system because of the total measurement error is 33.34%. If I specifically want to talk about equipment error, that comprises of 15.91% in the overall measurement system and 29.29% is come from the operator. These are not additive, so don't take it that way. And that's why they have been put together as separate blocks here. Is that clear, Brian?
Sir, when you say reproducibility, it's actually the equipment, the person
Yes,
error.
yes. Yeah, the
Rep, rep,
operators, the people involved in the process of data collection, they are the one. The operator one, two, and three. When we saw this error, this discrepancy in their measurement, this is what is causing more error. Their style and technique of these operators, that's causing more error in the system. I'm not saying equipment is good. Equipment is bad, but they are bad. They are even worse. That's how it is.
so appraiser one, appraiser two, and appraiser three.
Yes, absolutely. The people involved in that process, they are very bad. So you need to get them trained first, and in the meantime, get your equipment sent for fixing, and then you can use the equipment once it's been fixed, and have these operator training completed in the meantime, so that they can be trained on how they need to measure, come to consensus about reading. You can't just let everyone kind of start measuring things the way they want. Otherwise, people will like different people will come. I'm sure, like, see, whatever there's a measurement of a particular part should remain consistent, whether you measure or I measure. The weight of the part cannot change. And if it is, then we have a style issue, like we have a technical understanding issue. That's what we would like to figure out, and which seems to be a big concern here in this case.
Okay, understandable. Thank you, sir, for
Okay.
the
So that is when we are doing a gauge R&R. Having said that, please do practice on this data whenever, like later on when you get time, do practice on this secondary data, which is for practice sake, so that we can understand this better. Some more additional practice. So that's when we are dealing with gauge R and R test. Now, if your data is attribute based, which is not measurement data, it's a qualitative data. It's not about numbers, it's more about the quality as good, bad, pass, or fail. We need to do an attribute agreement analysis test when we are dealing with an attribute data. Let's have a look at this. So, this is the test we will be dealing with. Now, have a look at this file, which is AAA attribute agreement analysis. We'll check this out. Look, this is pretty much, I've already done some bit of formatting here. Let me just explain this one because this is something what we will be using too often. Like I would say, like too often during. This is used by both by like people in manufacturing industry, service industry. Everyone generally uses this attribute agreement analysis. If I talk about gauge R&R, generally people in manufacturing industry will be the one who will end up using gauge R&R ANOVA, because you have a measurement unit, you have an equipment. But yeah, but this one is used both by manufacturing people as well as service industry people. This is where we do not have a measurement unit, but we are looking at uh, different perception. You have a different way of looking at things. I may have a different way of looking at things. And in this case, say just this example is about some HR firm who is into hiring. And just to get an idea, wherever we have such the like decision based metric, we call this particular activity in statistical term, we call it as attribute agreement analysis, which is AAA. In the real world, people call this as calibration activity. And like when we talk about calibration activity, actually we're doing this same activity. Let's understand what this data is all about. There's a HR firm, and they're like these people are the ones who hire. So we have Janet, she is a recruiter. We have Chris, he's also a recruiter, and we have Sam. So we have three recruiters, and they are like on the same panel. So this is they sit in the same room when and these candidates will come in, and they will be based on their company policies, procedures, set of questions, the understanding about the company norms, culture. They will be like interviewing the candidates, and they will say this candidate is good or bad, and that they need to hire this candidate or not. Simple as that. So an interview happened on Monday. So they were sitting in a room, and see these readings happen on Monday. So the first candidate comes in. Basis the interview, whatever happened, Janet feels no, this guy shouldn't be hired. Fail. The criteria, whatever her understanding is there, she says fail. Chris also feels the same, and Sam also feels the same, which is fine, absolutely fine. That's what I want. The people who are into this process of deciding whether it's good or bad, they have a common understanding. I don't want people to create their own ways and wills and fancies and they're deciding fate of the organization. No, you should have a common understanding because you're working at an organization level. We should speak a same language. We can't have 10 different ways of expressing the same things. Yes, so fail, fail, fail. Unanimously, my recruiting department says good, like they're consistent. Second candidate comes in, Janet says pass, Chris says pass, and Sam says fail. Now I have a problem here. Somebody is wrong, definitely wrong. Either Sam is wrong or both Janet and Chris, they are wrong. Somebody is wrong. Same guy cannot be good and bad both. Same guy cannot be good for hiring and bad for hiring. So can't be both. So either the guy is good or the guy is bad. So you just can't. Uh, so somebody definitely is there who doesn't know how to do the job. So you probably, if the guy is bad, then these two are wrong. They're saying pass. So Janet and Chris are bad in that case. And what if the guy is really bad? Like if the guy is good to be hired, then Sam is the one who's the culprit here. This guy doesn't know how to say the person needs to be hired. Well, let's see. Do we have more discrepancy like this? Fail, fail, fail. Pass, 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 pass. Oh, well, we have one more. This seems to be a problem here. So what we do in this activity in attribute agreement analysis, what we do is between appraisers agreement percentage. We understand we human beings will have difference of opinion, which is fine. But this the difference of opinion has to be very, very minimal. At an organization level, as I said, it should be a standard thing. We should have standard protocols, standard operating procedures, and that's how we should be measuring it. Like we should be assessing people. Industry wise, the benchmark is 90% match. We should match 90% of the time as a team. If we're not, then we are not doing the right job. We are not into, like, we must be trained on how to ensure that we match the percentage. But between agreement percentage should be 90% of the time, we should be speaking the same language. Minimum. That's the minimum benchmark, like across the industry. Now, this entire session actually was being recorded. So after 10 days, we play the recording to these people, and now without sharing what, and that too in randomized order, so they don't remember whether they gave pass or fail to the candidate when they interviewed the candidate. So this entire session recording is being played to Janet, Chris, and Sam. Now forget about others. I want to know, are you in sync with yourself or not? Forget about others. So let's see, Janet, that is she matching her own reading, or she's contradicting herself? Fail, fail, pass, pass. Well, that seems, well, perfect. She is absolutely fine. So whatever she said on Monday, she's saying the same thing after 10 days also. Well, she is very consistent and she knows what she's doing. So there's no discrepancy in her verdict. Whatever she says, pass, she's also repeating the same. She said fail, she's repeating the same. So she's not contradicting herself. This is what we call as within appraiser. Within appraiser agreement percentage. Now, what is the industry benchmark? Saying 90%. Now, let's see, do we have issue here? Fail, fail, pass, pass, fail, fail. We have one, pass and fail. Monday you said good to be hired. After 10 days you're saying no, bad, shouldn't be hired. And you don't know what is the definition of good or bad. It keeps on changing. How can I trust your data when you're yourself not sure? How can I trust you? Simple as that. Let's see, do we have more discrepancy? Yeah, we have one more. Absolutely, yes. This is the one. So bottom line, we are trying to see, are you contradicting yourself or not? That's what these are the two parameters. Now we bring in an expert. Who is this expert? Expert is someone who is subject matter expert, who would be the head of department, who could be, say in this HR firm, could be the one who has laid down the rules and guidelines of hiring. This could be the client himself, or probably head of the department, like somebody who's the boss. You're the boss, probably. You define the rules and you want your team to follow them. So this person cannot be wrong. This, we have to match the expectation of this person. It could be the client, it could be the head of department, anyone who knows what's right and what's wrong. So we would like to see, are we matching the expectation of the client, or probably we have created our own version? That's what we look at. So we say each appraiser will be compared versus standard. Again, we understand there will be discrepancies, 90% match. Let's see. Janet readings compared with the client. Pass, 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 fail, pass, whatever. Okay, now we see there is a discrepancy here. So we have a problem here. We have a problem, I guess, here. We have a problem here. We have a problem here. Well, Janet, who did not, probably she was a role model here for us, like she was very consistent with herself. She did not contradict herself, uh, but she is bad. She's not following the guidelines. She has created her own ways of saying good or bad, and she is consistently doing the same thing. But that's good, she's consistent, but she is consistently doing the wrong ones. She is not working the way the client sees something as good or bad. So if I look at this, I see whenever client said fail, 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 she is already marked as pass, 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 pass. What it means that she's more liberal in hiring people, and she's overlooking certain things which she should not be. She's more liberal, and instead of rejecting some candidate, she's hiring, rejecting candidates, she's hiring. So she needs to be trained and coached on how, uh, like, on what grounds we should reject. Probably that will give me some idea. And similarly, Chris ratings will be compared with expert, Sam ratings will be compared with expert. Each appraiser versus standard will be compared. Finally, all appraisers are put together versus standard. Again, we look for minimum 90%. So all the readings put together at one compared with the standard. If there is a 100% match like this, fail, 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 or that will be called as agreement. This one is not an agreement. So we pass, 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 and we fail. So that's a disagreement. So all these four parameters will be tested when we use Minitab. It will be tested, and we will be able to find out whether it's good, bad, or not. So let's copy paste this data, like this data, and put it on Minitab. That's what we want to do. Let's have a look at Minitab. So it will test all these data and will give us these answers. We go to Start, we go to Quality Tools, and here we go down to Attribute Agreement Analysis. Start Quality Tools and then Attribute Agreement Analysis. We'll click on this Attribute Agreement Analysis here. Now, my data does not fit in the first type of formatting because my data is in multiple columns, multiple columns. So I select this radio button, multiple columns. It says enter trials of each appraiser together. So I click in this box first. Now I need to put all the trials of all the appraisers together. So that means Janet 1, Janet 2, Chris 1, Chris 2, Sam 1, Sam 2. So I put all the recordings, all the data basically from all the readings here. How many appraisers are there? We have three, Janet, Chris, and Sam. So we put in three. How many times did they try? So two times, one and two, one and two, one and two, repetition, two times. Do we have the name? Yes, we should write the name the way it appears here. So Janet with a space after that, Chris, space, and Sam. So Janet, Chris, and Janet space, Chris space, Sam. Do you have a standard or a client, an expert? Yes, we have one, expert. So let's choose expert. So all the readings, three operators, two trials, their names separated with space, and then we select the expert. That's it. You're done. Just click OK after that. Now, have a look at this test results. So whatever we talked about on an Excel sheet, it says starts with within appraiser. That means my reading compared with my second reading. So we saw that Janet did not contradict herself. She matched all 20 readings. She maintained 100% match. We already checked that. She did not contradict. Chris, we saw that two times he disagreed, contradicted himself. So he was at 90% match, 18 matched out of 20. So 100%, 90%, 95%, which is good. 90 and above is what we're looking at. So within appraiser seems to be good. So this particular test we talked about, this test within appraiser, my reading compared, first reading compared with my second reading, that's we passed 90% or above. Yes, we are getting 90% and above, which is good. Within appraiser, we passed this test. Just scroll down. Each appraiser versus standard. Now, every operator, we saw all this one, 16 matched with the client, and four times Janet did not match. So we'll look at this. Four times Janet did not match. So see, out of 20, she matched 16, 16 out of 20. So 16 she matched out of 20, 80%. She failed. We failed this test. Chris at 90%, which is good. Sam at 75%. So I know my culprits here. I have got Janet, who needs training. and how client says something is good or bad. Similarly, I have got Sam who needs training on basis which I'll say how something can be called as a good or bad. So these are the two culprits who need to go through training. Chris is fine. That's my second test. We have failed this one, by the way. We just scroll down between appraisers. So forget about the client, all the operators put together. We just compare all the operators all the operators reading between appraise, between the first one, between 90% we're looking at, minimum 90% match. You got 50% only. That's horrible. So we failed this one also. It says all appraisers versus standard. So all operators reading compared with the standard. Again, 50% match. So we failed. We just passed only one test and we failed all these three tests. So we have this test. And if you just scroll down, this two tests are showed in terms of graphs. This is within appraiser where we passed. 100% match was there for Janet, first versus second reading. 90% Chris matched his own reading, and 95% was for Sam, so which was good. This was pass, but we failed this one. Janet was 80%, Chris was 90%, and this was 75. So we failed on the or reproducibility part. Repeatability was fine, my first versus my second. But when I compare with others, that's when the big concern starts. So this is how we do it. We will be submitting these details, preparing certain slides, submitting this report to the management that we failed. We had this activity done, we failed. So we will be setting up the training plan for so and so train operators. They will go through the training process and then we'll again redo this activity to check whether they are now trained and they're doing their job correctly. They are in sync with themselves, they're in sync between themselves, they're in sync with the client. And once we have got that validation, that is when we move forward with the data collection process, but not before that. You have to submit this failure results, you have to submit the pass result also once they are trained. So yeah, that's how we do the attribute agreement analysis. Any questions on the triple A part? Anyone?
Mr. Prakash, so where are we getting the percentage here? Is it in the SE kappa?
Yeah, the kappa. This is called kappa value. Basically, this is the agreement percentage is your kappa value.
The
Kappa
more
is the
important,
it's the
the more,
agreement percentage.
okay, that's the more important part, the agreement percentage.
Yeah, the agreement
So,
percentage is what we're looking at.
so
How
we're
much?
saying that
Yeah,
within themselves, they pass. They're at
yeah.
90%.
They passed on
They're,
all the parameters. Yes, 100%, 90%, 95%, which is for pass in all the case. But we failed on these three. So 80%, 90%. Chris was the only guy who passed, but Janet and Sam did not pass.
so this part, the assessment agreement on this part, this is in comparison with the expert,
Yes, absolutely. With the expert, with the standard.
with the standard. And the third
Yeah.
one is an assessment disagreement. What does this mean?
Yeah.
Do we tackle this one, assessment disagreement,
Yeah. So
or we just
wherever four times, that's what it talks about. Four times when she was supposed to say pass, so fail was stated as pass. So that if we looked at this one, triple A,
okay? Oh, that's the detail.
yeah, the detail of it. Four times. So she said pass, wherein it should have been fail. Is,
Thank you,
is
sir.
is that understood?
Yes, it's more clear.
Okay. Okay, so basically, we look at the agreement percentage basis that we will be submitting the report to the management that we failed, and technically this has to be submitted, and we will be seeking like another timeline for us to conduct the training, and again we'll revalidate whether these people are trustworthy. And generally, like we will refer these kind of activities are done across various corporates, and we call that as the calibration activity. Has anyone been into any kind of such activity before? Like, have we done this in our
Yeah, in
organizations?
a sense, yes, but it's somewhat manual.
Yeah, it's depending on various factors. Like wherever there could be a difference of opinion. We do not want that to be too much, and that's what we want to bring about the clarity of understanding, because different people can look at different things and perceive it differently. That's okay at a personal level, but yeah, not in a at an organized level, because we have to maintain the standard. We have to maintain the uniformity in the decision making. So yeah, because basis this data, you might be reporting somebody as good or bad, which I want to be trust. I want to be sure that you have a clear understanding and you are working as per my instructions. You're not creating your own logics there. Uh,
Excuse me,
yes, yes, yes.
Mr. Sasi.
Yeah.
Actually, these are the things. Suppose we make a study
Mm-hmm.
with these observers,
Mm-hmm.
and they will collect the data. Uh, Before taking a management decisions, we have to need to see the quality of the data like this.
Absolutely, yes, yes, absolutely. This is a test. This
And
is a test you need to pass. Yes, you're right. Your data collection will is not going to happen till the time you have done this activity. You are ready. And that's what we talked about. You are ready, but you need to pass this test and you have to get this validation, submit this validation that yes, we have tried, tested, and validated this process, and you can trust these readings, because these people who are doing this data collection, they know their job and this is the proof. That's when we will be allowed to collect the data.
correct. Actually, we are conducting some analysis, going to the field and making time study.
Right, right, right.
And there are peculiar feedback comes for a particular things that
Mm-hmm.
these are the area we are wasting resources are ideal.
Mm-hmm.
So here we can make some such type of analysis so that we
Yeah,
can know that real situation in that area.
absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. You may think differently. See, I cannot poke my nose every now and then in what everyone my ground level staff is doing. So I might want to set up certain study to be sure that whenever my ground level staff goes at the operational level, at the ground level, when they're doing their job, are they in sync with how I want them to do the job? So when they report that okay, that these things are not happening correctly, I would probably go and do an audit myself and see, uh, is this how I would also look at? Probably they might report something as good, and I might see that as bad. Then there is a discrepancy. You rightly said, like you were saying that yes, if I can do such calibration activity and probably with them, and when they report certain things are good or bad, I would like to go and get this calibration activity done to see is this correct. And this is coming from statistics. We are validating this statistically to be sure that it's not based on gut feeling. We have some data, and basis the data, basis the reporting they have done, I would like to see whether they have a clear understanding how you want them to do the job. If they
That's
and when
what.
you validate it, then pretty much when you get the data from them, you can trust it, and then you can take further decision on that data.
But here, actually, what I see,
Mhm.
suppose you conduct a study of, let us say, 15 days with 10 observers.
Mhm.
So maybe after 3 to 4 days, you start doing such type of things so that you will prevent them, correct them, and prevent them.
Right, right. And
Otherwise, it will be a reactive actions and it will be more costly.
no, that's right. So these activities can be performed at a periodic interval to make sure that people are always tested. So we can do it as a quarterly activity, 4 times probably in a year. When you do this activity, that will make sure that we have validated, revalidated time and again at regular interval also. So this if it's done, pretty much I know the people who have been, because it's quite possible new people will join in, older people might leave, or probably somebody whose
Yeah,
department is changed. So this can be done as a regular practice, probably once a quarter is good activity, so that you know for sure with the time people have not become complacent, because people can become
actually,
complacent also.
Actually, I am looking for such type of things. Actually, what I am currently doing, I
Mhm.
also perform quarterly activities with 15, 20 members in my
Right,
team.
right.
But here, what I used to do that I used to train them,
Hmm.
make some experiments, real time situations,
Right,
giving situations,
right,
but discussing with together. After that, actually, 1 or 2 days, I used to see their observations and
right.
trying to find out where they are lacking and making again return them.
Absolutely.
So
So
best
that's
justify the study. So,
absolutely, absolutely,
so I am
absolutely.
looking for actually after 3, 4 days, I will run such type of exercise
Yes, 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 you are right.
so that I can correct and prevent them for a better things.
100% on the target, sir. Yes, absolutely, yes. You're right.
Okay, okay,
That's
okay.
how
Thank you.
that's how it is. Thanks a lot. Okay. So similarly, again, so we conduct you basically, be it a gauge ordner, be it an attribute agreement analysis. Once we complete this study, that's when we have given enough evidence to the management that yes, we are good to go ahead and collect the data. But again, another say 10-15 minutes of task which is required for setting up a data collection plan. We are absolutely fine. The team is ready. That everything is validated, but there is this one thing which we got to respect, that because people will have different ways of sharing the data. So a we should be clear about how the data needs to be shared with you. So what is the format of the data? Probably is there a particular structure, or you need, so you need the data in Word file, you need the data in Excel, you how you need the data, that format of the data container, that needs to be clearly explained, because people can share data differently. Somebody can make a PowerPoint presentation, somebody can share the data in a notepad, or people can just click a photograph and share it. So you don't want to sit down and kind of set cleaning up the data. That can't be done. You don't have that much of time and bandwidth. So you must understand and explain that this is the format. This is good thing. A good practice is to create a format, call for a meeting for everyone, tell them that this is the format. I need data in this format only. In that, I will explain if there is a data, for example, there's a date, how the date needs to be. Do you need the data as date as DDMMYY, or you need the data as date as MMDDYY? Because different people have different ways of sharing the data. Well, if I write down these dates as this and this, it means differently to different people, because different people have different ways of sharing the data. Say for example, there is a time related data. Uh, Say I can write down 10 minutes. I can write down 10 minutes. I can write down 10 minutes. They look same, but that'll skew your data. And what if somebody shares, and this can also be there. Like this is say 6,000 seconds. Different people can share data differently. So you need to make sure that the data is maintained, the consistency is maintained. Some more stuff like this, for example, how many decimal places do you need data wherever there is a number? How many decimal places do you need? Do you need the data like this? Do you need the data like one place of decimal, or you need data in two places of decimal? It should be clear, it should be consistent, because you will be getting data from multiple people, and different people have different ways of sharing data. So it's good practice is to call for a meeting, prepare the template and share it with them, that this is the template I want you to work on. Don't create your own versions. This is what you need to work on. Probably just a sample file like this. Share a small sample file, pre-filled template, so that they know how the data needs to be filled. Like I don't want female, FEMALE. I just want F. That's it. So it's just about creating. So I don't need decimal places here. It's just absolute values. It's okay with me. This is customer satisfaction score in percentage. I don't want you to add percentage. Otherwise, I will not be able to do some calculations here. Don't write minutes here. I know it's minutes. Don't write minutes. I can't do mathematical calculation there. So it should be explained to the people how you need the data. So it's good practice to fill in a small sheet and get a similar activity done, so that you know for sure that when you get the data from them, it is going to be in the right format. Because when you end up working on a sheet and they have kind of wasted the time, you don't want to, like they have kind of like they have collected data, when they share the data, and if it's unusable, then you have like you've technically wasted a lot of time and money. You can't sit and clean the data. So it's very important that there should not be any discrepancy in understanding. The way I want data and the way they understood the data needs to be shared. That confusion should not be there. So just a good practice is always to get a small sample filled, share the template, explain them, show them a sample file, so they have their clear understanding. Get a small activity done where they share the data with you. That's how a simple data collection plan will work, and you will be allowed to go ahead and collect the data. The data you'll be getting is going to be reliable because you have done your due diligence to ensure the data is yeah, it's a validated one, it's a trustworthy data for you. I hope we are good with this. Everyone is clear about this, because with this we will be concluding the measure phase. We will be starting the analyze phase from here on. So is everyone okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So with the analyze phase, like now, just want to be sure, like we had how we going to pace the break like for today. Is it okay? Shall we take a, instead of 30 minutes break, can we take this as a 20 minutes break? Is that okay with everyone? Like, just to be, is
Yes,
that
sir.
okay? So probably another 20 minutes from now is like, let's take the first break like 20 minutes now, and another break, which is another 30 minutes. Instead of that, we'll take another 20 minutes later on. So let's take like from now another 20 minutes break, and let's be back in 20 minutes in whatever time zone we are in. And we will start with the analyze phase then when we get started, when we come back.
Copy on that,
All
sir.
right.
Okay, perfect. All right. So we'll catch up in the next 20 minutes. Are we back from the break? I would request you to please confirm if we are back from the break. Okay, Sanjay, thanks. Robert, Brian, Elizabeth. Just let's wait for a couple of minutes and we'll get started. Brian and Elizabeth, would request you to please confirm if you're back. Hello, Brian and Elizabeth, would request you to please confirm if you're back. Okay, Sanjay, I guess you're there.
Yeah, I'm here actually. Today there is some communication gap.
Yes.
Actually, I got some message that the trainer's health is not good and it is postponed.
This was
Uh,
like 2 days
but
back. Well, but I'm not sure. But then some sort of yeah, miscommunication is there definitely.
yeah. Actually, that is the reason I joined late, around 40 minutes, and
No,
the
we
other
actually
three.
actually we started also late because even we I did not had the Zoom link, So we started late, like whether by the when you started, when you joined in, we just started at that point in time. So
I see.
uh, it was, if we started late,
So
everyone got the Zoom link pretty almost like 30 minutes late. So yeah, that's how it is.
today, two gentlemen actually they are missing here.
Yes, in fact, we got that the email communication when I dropped email to them. So I got their response on email, and I also informed them that we have started, and so somehow I did not hear it from them again.
Anyhow,
Okay, okay. So we can
they
get
can
started. Yeah, I'm sorry.
we
Yeah,
we can start, but those two gentlemen they can make it up,
yeah. So they can go through the recording. That's the option. We do have the
or
recordings
should we,
available.
or should we go slow?
So if they can join in, so this is going to be a new topic, absolutely new topic. So if they, even if they can join in now, because this will not be impacted, so they will be able to catch up because this is absolutely going to be new.
I see. Actually, I tried to message them, but no response.
Yeah, same
Uh,
here. Like the email I sent, an email I was checking my emails, like if they can join in, because this has no relation with the previous topic, so they can still catch up, and because it will not be a problem if they kind of go through this. Uh,
no
can we
problem.
just
Can we target a very small amount of this analyze page, or what is your idea on this?
see, analyze most likely will get covered today, because we will then have just last session which is left over in the end, which was for the final session, wherein we will be covering up improve, control, and a portion of lean also there in the last session. So most likely the improve phase. So in case if they don't, they are not like, they can go through the recording in the meantime, in case they find that there is anything which they're not able to understand or anything. We can set up, I can share, I can check with IMC to share another link for a small session, so in case, just to clarify all those points wherever they have doubts, so I can try to check with that. So we can set up
That's
some
what.
time in between. Yeah, so they can go through the recording, and if in case they still don't understand anything, so before the next session, like sometime we can in between find a time which is suitable for everyone, and we can set up a doubt clearance session type of thing.
Yeah, small recap and doubt
Yeah,
clearing.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. We can do that.
actually, these four classes is for Six Sigma.
Yes.
What about PMP and all?
PMP will be taken care by somebody else. I have no honestly no idea about that. So yes,
Okay.
somebody from IMC will be taking care of that.
So you have scope for four session, right?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Okay, okay, okay. Let's
Okay,
proceed.
okay, sure. Uh, so basically, at the end of measure phase, we have the entire data available, which is like this, and we are ready for analyze phase, and that is the primary reason why we started the Six Sigma project, to find the real root causes, statistically proven, validated root causes, where we are not saying that I feel that is a possible reason, this could be a possible reason. No, we really want to know what is the real reason why we're facing a problem. And once we find the real reason, we can solve it. The problem is of doing the Six Sigma project is that we had so many possible reasons, and we had no idea where to start. Like in this case, probably the management wanted to reduce the ticket closure time. So there is a problem, and if there's an IT problem, they open up an IT ticket, and whenever it gets closed, so they had some target, they have to reduce the ticket closure time, and which was very high, it was not getting controlled. So we did a brainstorming session, we did a fishbone diagram, we got these different possible access, like we somebody said that person who's managing the ticket, that could be a reason why. Somebody could be very fast, somebody could be very slow. That is why probably the ticket closure time could be high or low. Somebody said, male or female who's handling the ticket is going to be reason. So probably somebody felt males are faster, somebody said probably females are faster. So we felt gender wise there could be a reason. The process could be getting impacted. Somebody probably felt like younger people are very good at IT and stuff. So younger people could be doing better. Older people could. So different people had different reasons, but we had no validation. So that's why we wanted to do this analyze statistical part of it, to understand what is the real reason. When we find out the real reason, we will be able to solve it. But at this stage, At the end of measure phase, my Excel spreadsheet, the data is ready for analysis, where we can complete the analyze part of it. Now, in the analyze phase, when we get start this, we have two purpose only in the analyze phase. First, to know, to calculate the process capability, my current sigma level. What is my current sigma level right now? So once I improve my process, I will calculate my new sigma level, and I will present the case to the management that this was your old sigma level when we started, and this is the new sigma level after we have fixed the business problem. This is the new performance level. So yes, this stage we were calculating the current sigma level. After improvement, we will calculate another sigma level later. So first thing, I would like to calculate the sigma level using the current data. This is my current performance. I have not improved anything. Current process, what is my sigma level? Where do I stand now? And once we find that out, or we would also like to find out the real root causes, which is why we're facing the business problem. So first thing first, we would like to understand how to calculate sigma level, the process, the method of calculating sigma level. So before we calculate the sigma level, we have to understand a term, this function, which is normal distribution. We talked about normal distribution when we do the Anderson-Darling normality test. We did find out the data is normal, the data is non-normal, and basis that we look at average of the data, or we look at the median of the data. So normal, what is this actual normal distribution? That is what will form the basis of sigma level calculation. This is the base or the ground of sigma level. Now, we will, this normal distribution is explained by a law called empirical law. Empirical law explains how a data in a normal distribution would look like. What are the features, characteristics of normal distribution? First, what it says, if you plot the data graphically, it will form unimodal bell-shaped curve. This is the basic meaning of the normal distribution. It says if you plot the data graphically, it will form a unimodal bell-shaped curve like this. Unimodal, that means one peak. It's not like camel hump, it's not like double peak, just a single peak. Unimodal bell shape, it's a reverse bell, like a bell upside down. That's the shape of the data if you plot the data graphically. Like if we quickly, let me just show it to you, like what we're talking about. If we have this data, we just copy paste this data on MINITAB, and let's have a look at this. When I plot the data graphically here, so I go to stats, basic stats, and normality test. When you do through using graphical summary, we select the ticket closure time. This is what we have done already. See, this is what it means. If you plot the data graphically, it will form a unimodal bell shape, because the data will get distributed. It will show up the data like a bell-shaped curve if a data is normally distributed. That's the first feature of normal distribution. Second, it says, in terms of normal distribution, it says peak of the bell will fall on the mean and divide the data into two symmetrical half. What it says, this peak of the bell, this peak, it will fall on the mean, on the average, and it will divide the data into two symmetrical half. Like whatever you have on the right side, same you have on the left side. Similar, absolutely like mirror image, replica of each other. Left and right, they're almost same. You assume this is a piece of paper and you fold it from the center, it will just overlap each other exactly. That's the second feature of a normal distribution. Third feature of normal distribution is when the curvatures never touch x-axis. These are the curvatures. These are the curvatures. These lines, it is not going to touch the x-axis. It is going to run till infinity on the left side. Similarly, this will run till infinity on the right side. It will never touch this x-axis. It will never touch that. Why? Because say if this is the data I have, like just make quickly, this is the data. If I make the data like this, and if this line is touching, that means we have got 100% data here. This is population data, everything covered in this. If it's touching, that means you have got 100% data. You will never have 100% data because you're always dealing with sample data. You cannot have 100% data. Hence, These lines will never touch. It will be very, very close to it, but it will never touch this x-axis. It will never touch the x-axis. It'll be very close to it, but there will be some data. You cannot 100% predict the data. The moment you're touching the line, that means you close the loop. All the data is in this. You will never have that. So curvatures never touch the x-axis. This,
So does this mean that this will be applied -1?
I'm sorry.
This will be applied -1 when we're gathering
Yeah,
population data.
so it is going to be applied everywhere. Like when we deal with the data, when you plot this, if data is normally distributed, these are basic fundamentals of normal distribution. It will always be applicable whenever your data is normally distributed. These are the features of basic features. But the primary reason actually we study this normal distribution is because of the fourth criteria is data distribution. And that's what it becomes more interesting and meaningful. Data distribution in a normal distribution. How does the data gets distributed? It says from the mean, I'll write down then I'll explain later, plus minus 1 standard deviation, your 68.2% process data will lie. From the mean, plus minus 2 standard deviation, your 95.4% data will lie. And similarly, plus minus 3 standard deviation, your 99.7% data will lie. Now, what does it mean to me? I mean, practically, what do I do with this plus minus 1, plus minus 2, and this percentages? What does it mean? Basically, if I want to put it in terms of a graph, and this is my mean between plus and minus 1 standard deviation. To understand this better, I will rather use a real-time example, real-world example, so that we can make sense of this plus minus 1, plus minus 2, and why is this meaningful, and what it has to do with my sigma level. So that we can understand the basic meaning of this and the use of this, where we will be using in the real world. Now, I'm sure we all must have heard about this Domino's pizza criteria, which is like we will deliver the pizza within 30 minutes. If you don't deliver, it's free. So I'm sure we all must have heard this. So, and there are a lot of other people who have also started with such concepts but Domino's pizzas have been very, very prominent with this particular strategy that within 30 minutes we'll deliver the pizza, else it's free. What these guys did, I mean, that's what I don't have a white paper for this, but since the time they launched this, there was like a lot of discussions around this. What is the reasoning behind 30 minutes? Why not 35 minutes? Why not 25 minutes? Why not something else? Any specific reason for 30 minutes? And that's what, like, if I let me just give you an example. How does it work? They had so many centers, so many pizzerias, where they have huge orders. Like they have historical data where people have ordered pizza. They have and the pizza was delivered to different people at different time. So they had pizza order time and they had pizza delivery time. So they had every center for so many different locations, that huge data for pizza delivery timing. They had huge data which they can look at and do some analysis to take some business decisions. So similarly, I am just creating a random data right now. So they had some different orders. These are different orders. Probably the first order took 14 minutes to deliver the pizza, 24 minutes, 29 minutes. Different orders took different time, and they had such huge data. So what I can do easily, I can calculate the average here. I can easily, that's what they did. I can calculate the average. Yes, I can get the average. Can I calculate standard deviation from the same data? Yes, I can calculate standard deviation. So I can calculate my average from my data. I can calculate my standard deviation from the data. That's what these people also did. And I'll just delete this. And what did they find? So what they found was their average pizza delivery time was 18 minutes. On an average, they were delivering a pizza within 18 minutes. That was the average. The standard deviation was 2 minutes. 2 minutes of pizza delivery timing, standard deviation. And now we will put together these values to understand how does it help. The mean is 18 minutes from the data itself. It's coming from their own process data, historical data. They have already been working, and from there, this data has been created. What it says, the mean is 18 minutes. So they take 18 minutes to deliver a pizza on an average. What it says, between plus and minus 1 standard deviation, the 68.2% data will lie. So plus 1 standard deviation, I'll write it here, and Similarly, -1 standard deviation here. It says between plus and -1 standard deviation. So between plus and -1. So +1 from the mean, -1 from the mean. So between plus and -1 standard deviation, they say there 68.2% data will lie. So what they mean that 68.2% of the pizza delivery will be done between plus and -1 standard deviation. Now, what is the value of this? I add a value of one standard deviation here. So value of one standard deviation is 2 minutes. So 18 plus 2 minutes is 20 minutes. Similarly, subtract value of one standard deviation, 18 minus 2 minutes, 16 minutes. So what it tells me that their 68.2% of the pizza order are completed between 16 minutes and 20 minutes. They are done with their 68.2% orders. Okay, let's add second standard deviation now. Second standard deviation. And similarly, -2 standard deviation. So I add one more standard deviation, so it makes it +1 +2. So add one more standard deviation, will makes it 22 minutes. Subtract one more standard deviation, which makes it 14 minutes. What it means that 95.4% of their pizza is delivered between 14 minutes and 22 minutes. They are done with the pizza delivery timing. That's the time they need to deliver the pizza. 95.4% of the pizzas are delivered between this timeline. Let's add the third standard deviation as per the normal distribution, third standard deviation. So similarly, -3 standard deviation also. That's when my normal distribution lies. So value of third standard deviation will be 24 minutes, which is adding one more value of 2 minutes to this and subtracting another value of 2 minutes, which is 12 minutes. So what it means that 99.7% of their pizzas are delivered between 12 minutes and 24 minutes. 99.7% orders, they are done with that orders between this timeline, which is a great piece of information to know. You know the maximum, like how much 99.7% orders are done by 24 minutes. These guys are smart people, so they use this information to further create another strategy out of it. So you add another value for fourth standard deviation, fifth standard deviation, and say add another sixth standard deviation. Let's add 2 minutes, so which makes it 26 minutes, which makes it 28 minutes, which makes it 30 minutes. That's when you saying like, well, you get lucky today, because it's if it takes more than 30 minutes, so if your pizza is delivered beyond this, then you will get a free pizza beyond this. So that's when you get a free pizza here. Now, I'm done with 99.7% orders. For the remaining, so I'm sure if there could be some pizza which could be delivered even before 12 minutes also. Well, I forget, like say I say there is nothing which was delivered before 12 minutes. The only 0.3% orders happen only after 24 minutes. Nothing was delivered before. So like if client is delivered the pizza before 12 minutes, pretty much there is no complaint. If it's late, that's when customer will complain. So I'm assuming that all the 0.3% orders were delivered after 24 minutes. So we have three more standard deviation. This is cushion of 0.3% orders. They have an extra cushion of 3 more standard deviation. And only if I cross this, it is going to be free pizza. So for 0.3% orders, I still have some backup, some cushion where I will not be penalized. Now, coming to basic layman language, how you will explain sigma level to somebody who's an absolute layman person. What is a sigma level? How do you calculate sigma level in a layman language? And this is what MINITAB will also do. This is all what the formula, the manual formula I'll tell you, that is also going to calculate sigma level using the same logic. So in a simple layman language, look at your process average, whatever is your process average, and look at your target. What's your target? This is the target. The number of standard deviations you can fit between average and the target is the sigma level of a process. So average is here, 1 standard deviation, 2 standard deviation, 3 standard deviation, 4 standard deviation, 5 standard deviation, 6 standard deviation. That means they are working at 6 sigma level. between average and the target, they are able to fit in 6 standard deviation. At 6 standard deviation, at 6 sigma level, what is my level of defects? How many defects do I make at 6 sigma level? If you recall,
3.4.
absolutely 3.4 defects per million opportunity. So out of 1 million pizza delivered, only 3.4 instances are there. The likelihood that yes, it will go beyond this. So they know what is the risk also. When they say 30 minutes, they know some pizza will be delivered beyond 30, yes. But what is the likelihood? Almost zero. 3.4. This is not even running a Google AdWord campaign. Like this is nothing practically. So these guys are smart people. They understand the basic logic of normal distribution. They can, and having said that, we keep this in mind. We talk about normal distribution. So this comes with condition supply criteria also, that if you have more than four pizza in a single order, that will not be applicable. It's going to be, because it becomes bulk order, and bulk orders will not be applied, cannot have this feature. There are certain like national festivals, or they are excluded. The whole national holidays, they are like excluded. You do this, offer doesn't apply. Certain areas they have identified, when they know this is going to be delayed, there is too much of traffic jam there, they have already excluded. So condition supply, which can make the data non-normal, they have been excluded. Under normal circumstances, this is how your process will behave. That's how sigma levels work. Again, bottom line, it looks at the average, it looks at the target, and just see how many standard deviations there you are able to fit in. That will be the basic logic of sigma level, how your sigma levels are calculated. Formula will do the same, exactly the same. So I hope we are clear about normal distribution and the percentages. We understand what do you mean by plus minus one, plus minus two, and stuff like that. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. How do we
How do we calculate these values, these percentages? Are we talking about this?
how do we apply that in the Minitab? We
Brian,
can apply
are
in
we
the
talking about this
Minitab
one?
for that.
Are you
Yes, yes, that
yeah,
one.
so that's what we will be doing next. How do we know these percentages? That's what we'll be doing
Oh,
next.
okay, okay. All right.
Yeah, sure. So now that, with having said that, when we understand the basic logic of normal distribution, that's when we'll actually start the calculation of sigma level. How is sigma level calculated? Process capability is what we will start. So the two purposes of analyze phase, we want to calculate the sigma level, and we want to find out the real root causes. We have collected the data in the measure phase. We want to find out what's my real root cause. But first, I would like to calculate my current sigma level. Where do I stand right now? So in terms of process capability, that's what we want to find out first. There are different ways how we calculate sigma levels, or how capable is your process, how good or bad is your process. First is in language of percentages. When you don't have people who have understanding of sigma level, you can't tell sigma level to everyone. Like you tell somebody, well, my process is at 3.25 sigma. Well, that doesn't mean anything to me, probably because a lot of people would not understand that language. You got to tell them in percentages. So yes, we should be able to explain the process performance in percentages, because not everyone understands the sigma level. So yes, how do we calculate process performance in percentages? This term called yield, we explain in terms of yield. Yield is nothing other than quality percentage. Then there is another term called throughput yield, which we know as TPY. And there is something called rolled throughput yield, which is called RTY. Now, these are three different ways, and everything gets used. We need to understand when to use yield, when to use roll throughput yield, and when to use roll throughput yield. There's significance of everything. Yeah, the different ways how we will calculate everything. But yes, we should know all of them. Then for people who understand the language of sigma levels, so that's where we get into sigma level. And we should be able to do a back and forth, percentage to sigma, sigma to all that stuff. We should be able to do that. Sigma levels, we'll be discussing something called CP, CPK. We'll be dealing with Z bench. We'll be like something called ZLT, and the basic terms we'll just discuss in a moment. So there are different terminologies we'll come across how a sigma level gets calculated from here. And finally, we have a method called DPMO, which is defect per million opportunity. So this is how we check the different ways how to calculate sigma level. First thing first, let's understand the yield of the form. Like how do we check the process quality yield, which is nothing but the quality of the process. Now, to understand how this is done, I'll take a simple example so that we understand what how it's done. Say I'm a manufacturer and I've been given some order to manufacture, say, this whiteboard marker. Being a train into training, we end up using marker too much. So yeah, so the whiteboard marker is what I have to manufacture. So whiteboard marker, that's my product. The target length, the length of the marker that's been given to me, target length is 5 inches long. That's what my client wants me to manufacture, each marker, which is 5 inches long. But even every client understands, everyone understands that there is no machine in the world which can give you exactly 5 inches long marker. There will be some plus minus, it will be there. So client gives something called tolerance. Tolerance is always given by the client. Client will tell you how much of plus minus is okay. So in this case, just an example, client has given us plus minus 0.5 inches as the tolerance. And what does it mean? They say that even if you manufacture a marker which is up to 4.5 inches, which is minus 5 inches, with a target of 5 inches and maximum up to 5.5, I will still buy that product from you. It is going to be good. This is the target. This is referred as USL, which is, and this is referred as LSL. What is LSL and what is USL? LSL is referred as lower specification limit, and USL is referred as upper specification limit. These are always given by the client. So how much of plus minus is okay with you, with the client. So client gives you these limits and tolerance. They say, I want you to keep this in mind that your target is 5 inches long. That's what you need to manufacture. But yes, even if it's 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, it's going to still going to be fine. I will not penalize you. I will not call that as a defect till 5.5. It's going to be a little bigger, but I will still manage. But 5.6, sorry, I will call that as a defect. Anything more than 5.5 is going to be too big for me. I will not use it. I will discard that. Similarly, anything less than 4.5, it's going to be too small for me. I will discard that. That's going to be defect. This is what my client has a simple expectation. So I understand my client requirement and I start manufacturing. Now what happened? I have, say, manufactured roughly, say, 100 pieces. 100 pieces is what I have manufactured. And I want to check, am I on the right track or not? What if I'm not following the client expectation? I don't want to spend the entire money, resource, raw material, and then realize, oh my God, I didn't meet the client expectation. So I want to check, am I on the right track? So what I do is I have 100 markers manufactured. I take down the length. I measure the length of all 100 markers and I find the average length of the marker. The average length of the marker comes as 5.1 inches long. And from the same data, I can calculate standard deviation, which is 0.2 inches long. So from the same data, like I've got 100 readings like this, 100 length, I calculate the average, I calculate the standard deviation. This is what my client wants. This is how I'm performing. This is my performance, actual performance, which I'm delivering. I want to see, is it compliant with what the client is expecting? Is it meeting the expectation or not? That's where we will be checking the quality. How good is the quality of the process as per client expectation? So this brings us to the formula for yield. Yield is, in general, it's the formula is 1 minus total defect. Now, if you remove all the defects, one is the total production, the complete production, your entire output. You remove the defects from it, all the defects, you will be left with only quality. That's the basic logic. So to calculate quality, you need to calculate the total defects. If you find the total defects, you'll be able to calculate the quality. Now, to understand this better, I will go back and kind of get this basic fundamental here, this plus minus 1, 2, 3, and we'll kind of plot this and understand how we can deal with it. So I put in here, what does it say? My average is 5.1 inches long. 5.1 is my average. Standard deviation is 0.2, so which makes it plus 0.2, which will make it 5.3 inches. Another 0.2 will be added here, which will make it 5.5 inches. Another 0.2 will be added, which will make it 5.7 inches. So I add one standard deviation, one standard deviation, one standard deviation, plus 1, plus 2, plus 3 standard deviation. Similarly, minus 1, 4.9 inches, 4.7 inches, 4.5 inches. So minus 2, minus 0.2, minus 0.2, minus 0.2. So minus, minus, minus. That tells me that 99.7% of my production that I am doing is between 4.5 inches till 5.7 inches. That's how I am performing. That's my performance level. Now, let's see how good or bad we are. So anything which is less than 4.5, this is anything less than 4.5. So if I end up manufacturing anything 4.4 inches, 4.3 inches, 4 inches, 3 inches marker, anything less than 4.5, that's all defect. This is all defect. I'm just going to shade this red. That's defect. Anything less than 4.5, that's my client expectation. Similarly, anything more than 5.5, that's all defect. Anything 5.6, 5.7, 5.8, 5.9, anything more than that, it's all defect. So technically, this is, I will say, this is my lower side defect. This is my upper side defect. This one is upper side defect. Anything more than 5.5. So my total defect, if I want to find out what's my total defect, the total defect is what we want to find out here. So total defect is equal to lower side defect plus the upper side defect. All I need to find out what is my lower side defect and what is my upper side defect. If I find, I will add them together to get my total defect, and I'll subtract from one to get my quality of the process. So that's where that brings us to the formula. Lower side defect and the upper side defect. The lower side defect formula, have a look at this, equal to norm dist. Norm dist for normal distribution. Norm dist, open up the bracket. Now, few values it's asking for, and let's understand what those values would be. Because we are calculating the lower side defect, it is asking me the value of X. The first value it's asking is X. Tell me the value below which you will call it as a lower side defect. Any value below which you will say it's a defect. That's the value of X. So any value which is lower, less than 4.5 is going to be termed as a defect because we're calculating lower side defect. Any value less than 4.5, comma. It's asking for mean, which is average of the data, 5.1 inches, comma. What is the standard deviation? 0.2, comma. Now it's saying cumulative. Cumulative will always be default used as 1. I'll explain what is the meaning of 1. Always use 1. So I will explain why and what is the purpose of it. For now, remember this is always default as 1. That is all. Hit enter. That's your lower side defect. I'll just redo this just to kind of make sure that you get it right. Norm dist for normal distribution. Open up the bracket. Value of X is the value below which you say it's a lower side defect. 4.5, comma, mean is 5.1, comma, standard deviation is 0.2, comma, and 1 is the default value. That's my lower side. Upper side defect is same, but with a small twist, equal to 1 minus norm dist. Rest everything is same. 1 minus norm dist. Open up the bracket. Same. More than what value you will call as upper side defect? More than what? 5.5. Anything more than 5.5 is an upper side defect for me. Comma. Mean 5.1. Comma. Standard deviation 0.2. Comma. 1 is default. Rest is fine. That's your upper side defect. Your total defect is going to be lower side defect plus upper side defect. That's your total defect. You want to convert this into percentage, multiply with 100. That's your defect percentage. 2.41% is the defect rate in your process. What is the yield, the quality of the process? Yield of the process is 1 minus the total defect. 1 minus the total defect. That's your quality. Convert into quality percentage or yield percentage. Multiply with 100. That's your quality percentage or yield of the process. So yield is 97.58% and quality defect rate is 2.41% here. I hope that's easy to understand the formula. Formula is very simple, but that's how it's calculated.
Sir, can you highlight again the formula for upper side?
For upper side and lower side defect,
Just the upper side. There,
upper
that
side,
one.
yeah,
That
1
link.
minus norm dist.
Take a screenshot.
Having said that, you have these formulas. Let me show it to you.
Thank you.
In the folder, training material, data files for class, you go to analyze folder. In the analyze folder, you will find capability test. That's what we're doing, capabilities. Yield calculation. That's the sheet we have. This formula linked already. Same values. Lower side, upper side, yields percentage, same stuff has been calculated here. You put in the value, it will calculate all for you. Even the sigma level. So we'll come to, like we just started with percentages, we'll come to the sigma levels also. So it calculates everything that we will be discussing. With the simple values, whatever is the upper limit, lower limit, average, put in the values here, it calculates everything for you. So it's sort of a cheat sheet, but again, rather than just telling you the cheat sheet, you could put in the value. I want you to know the formulas, how it's been done and what's the purpose of it. So yeah, pretty much that's how we calculate the formulas for this thing. Are we good with this, Brian? Is this
Yes, I request for you to send again the link for the RA or
okay?
file.
I will share that link.
Because I
I
was
will yeah, sure, I'll share the link again. Okay. Now, having said that, that's the formula that we have understood. Now, still, these percentages, if you want to understand these percentages, how do we calculate? Same norm test formula. I'll just show it to you how these percentages arrive. Like, let's just randomly take any data and let's understand how it's these percentages, 68.2 and all that stuff we talked about. How does it apply? Same norm test formula is being applied here in the calculation of your. Let's see. This is, say, just for any random data, we have an average of 50 and a standard deviation of 5. So this becomes 55, this becomes 60, and say this becomes 65. So with a standard deviation of 5, 65. And this becomes 45, this becomes 40, and this becomes 35. So for any random process, we're just calculating to understand how this plus minus 1 is 68.2. What is the logic? What is the reasoning behind it? So all in all, what we're trying to say is the data between 45 and 55 in this process should be 68.2%. This should come as 68.2%. That's what we would like to figure out. Is this 68.2 in the center? How do I arrive to this value of 68.2? Now, simple logic, same norm dist formula is going to be applied. Now, how do norm dist formula work? It always works from left to right. It calculates the area from left to right. This is the area it will calculate from left to right. So first, let's understand this basic logic. If I calculate all the area from left till left of 45, anything which is still left of 45, this entire area, if I calculate, this is area on the left of 45. Area on the left of 45. Anything less than 45 is captured here. Similarly, if I calculate the area on the left of 55 here, I will get this entire area, all the area to the left of 55. So similarly, area on the left of 55 is what I need to calculate. So which is going to be all the area till here on the left of 55, everything. This area is on the left of 55. So if I calculate all this area and delete this area from it, will I be left with only this area? Is it clear to everyone? If I delete or subtract this area on the left of 45 from the area of left of 55, I'll be left with only this area. Is this clear? Is it clear?
again, sir.
Okay. Now let's have the formula. Norm dist equal to norm dist of the bracket, area on the left of 45, so less than 45. Okay, comma, average 50, standard deviation 5, cumulative 1. I still need to explain 1, but that's the area on the left of 45. Now area on the left of 55, let's copy paste this here. Area on the left of 55, 55, mean 50, standard deviation 5, 1 default. That's my area on the left of 55. So if I subtract the area on the left of 45 from area on the left of 55, I will be getting 68.2% as a value. That's, so I deleted this area. From this area, I am only left with this 68.2, which is this. I hope we're clear with this now. Is it okay with
Yes, sir.
everyone? Okay. Having said that, one more thing, just want to explain the one part of it. One, why we're using one, what does it mean? Say this is my normal distribution. We understand that data, these curvatures never touch the x-axis. So when we say anything less than, anything more than this value or anything less than certain value, we add up everything. So add up this, add up this, add up this, all the area, add up everything towards more than this value. Similarly, add up all the area, this, all the area. So the feature of plus, 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 plus is programmed in Excel as one. The programming of adding up all the defect, this is also defect, this is also defect, this is anything which is more than that value, all the defect, add up everything. The adding of the function, the feature of plus is coded as one. Similarly on this side also, so whenever we talk about cumulative, that means give me all the defect on more than that value, that programming is done as one. So one becomes default value. Okay. Okay, coming on to, so that was the yield part of it. So yield is calculated this way. Rolled throughput yield and throughput yield, they are much simpler as compared to this. But yes, we should know when to use yield, when to use rolled throughput yield is what we would like to understand here. So to understand this, we have the, in the same folder, we have this file by the name of RTY. If you open up this file, small file, but yes, it has all these three values: yield, throughput yield, and rolled throughput yield. When do we use what will be, I'll share that link. I will share the link once we have a break in between. I'll share the link for you to download. All right. Okay. So basically this rolled throughput yield is something which we like. First of all, let's have a look at this one. So this is the input of the process, and let's understand. Basically, let me just type in manager 1, manager 2, manager 2, and manager 3. So different. So there's a process where I start manufacturing, or like any process. It could be process related to manufacturing, related to service. Say if there are three different stages: stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. And there are three different managers who are managing the process at different levels, at different stages. And finally, we get an output of that process. Now, say this is the first stage where my process has an input of 50 items. 50 items get into the stage 1, and uh, during this processing in the stage 1, what happened, like 10 items had some problem. There were defects, something was wrong with those 10 items. So only 40 items were good, 10 items had some problem. Which what we did, this manager 1 did, is he got those items reworked, and 6 items were turned good. They, whatever minor issues they had, they fixed 6 items. So 40, which was good initially, plus 6 which he reworked, becomes 46. That moves to the next stage. We lost 4. These were beyond repair. We lost 4. So out of your 50, we only could manage to move 46 to the next stage. 4 were beyond repair. They were scrapped off. So we lost 4 here. Second stage, this person gets 46, and he starts his bit of processing in his whatever he's supposed to do at stage 2. During this activity, there were 12 items which had some or other problem. But this gentleman was able to rework and fix all those minor issues. And all 46, we did not lose anything. All 46 moved to the next stage. No, nothing lost. So all 46 moved to the next stage. In the third level, which is the final level, there was some processing done, and unfortunately, we had 9 items which were bad, and they were all beyond repair. We could not save them. We lost all 9. So 46 minus 9 gives us a final output of 37. We needed 50. We started with 50. We got 37. We lost 13, this 4 and this 9. We lost 13 items. We could only manage 37 as final output, which will be given to the client. The client will use this for 37. Client wanted 50, you gave 37. So what's your yield? What's your net output? 37. What did you start with, or what was your client expectation? 50. Your net output is 74%. You met only 74% of the client expectation. Your client will measure your quality as 74% because you only delivered 37 out of 50. So that's your quality percentage. Now keep this in mind. Quality is the yield is reported to the client. This is the number which gets reported to the client. Client has nothing to do with what you do in your process, how many times you rework, not my problem. Well, that's your internal problem. You deal with it. I don't want to listen to any of the stories. I am concerned about what you give me in the end. Is it good or bad? Bottom line, only the good items will be paid. This is what I don't want to know what's happened, what happens in your company, your internal process, that's your internal issues. I am just looking at the net output, what I want and what do you give me. That's what is reported to the client. Client always gets to hear this value, which is yield, the net output. Now, when you reported this yield to the client, are you really at 74%? That's still a bad number, but are you really at 74%? Practically not. So when you want to do an internal assessment, not for the external client, but your internal improvement, you want to look at the real metric. You don't want to have a rosy picture. This is a rosy picture. Your process is not actually working at 74%. It's bad. It's actually awful. And that's what we would like to see, the real output. What's your real output? And we'll want to look at it. I would be giving feedback to every manager at every stage. What is their real output? The capability of every process or every manager. So I'm giving feedback. You are the super boss. You want to give feedback to every person who is auditing that process every stage. So I start with throughput yield. So throughput yield is role, basically every stage level for process performance. What is the meaning of in case of throughput yield? In throughput yield, basically, let me just quickly, so let me mention it here so that yield, it is the metric which is reported to the external clients. That's a net output. What do you deliver? That's what net output. This is stage level process performance, or you could say error free output, error-free output at stage level. When we say error-free output, keep this in mind. This is where the difference comes in. In case of calculation of throughput yield, your reworks are equal to scrapped. So rework and scrap, they're same. They're treated same. I will not give you benefit of doubt, or I will not appreciate you that you first made a defect and then you reworked and then you fixed it. For me, it's equally bad. Why did you had a defect in the first place? Again, that's a secondary issue, secondary thing that you reworked it, you redeployed resources and everything. Well, tell me in the first place, why did you had a defect? I will not give you like not appreciate you for creating a defect. Ideally, because you rework, you reutilize, I could have got this person or time utilized for constructing something new. So you bad. So for me, rework and scrap is absolutely the same thing. This is error-free output. Without any error, how much can you deliver without any error? That's what we're looking at. So we are looking at, this is also known as first pass yield. This is also known as first time right error-free output. That's what we're looking at. Error-free output at a stage level. So we start giving feedback to this manager. Let's have a look at this. You started with 50. We gave you input of 50 minus what you lost, scrapped, minus You reworked 6 also. That is equally bad for me. So net error free was only 40. Error free output 40 divided by what was your input? 50. You are operating at 80% error free output. So if you are given something, some task, some deliverable, you have a tendency of working at 80% error-free output. 20%, either you will scrap it off or you will rework, but you will delay the process by 20%. But 80% of the time, it's only your error-free output. That's a stage level 1. Second manager, you got 46 as an input, minus you lost nothing, minus you did 12 reworks. Your net error free output was 34. What is your net throughput yield? 34 divided by what was your input? 46. You are horrible. 73, like roughly 74%. You my bottleneck. You're the process. You're the person who's slowing down the process. You have got like roughly 74% error-free output. You are creating about 26% problems in the process. That's what I'm looking at. This is bad. Look at 46 minus 9 minus 0. That's your error-free at third stage. 37 divided by 46 will give me 80%. So practically, this person is the culprit who will slow down the process. This person is the bottleneck of the process. This is going to slow down. So when I'm giving feedback to respective process owners, respective stage owners, managers, or supervisors, I should be giving them the feedback, because this is not a luxury to create a defect and then fix it. When you look into yield calculation, don't calculate rework. It just looks at what you lost. But aren't you wasting time and money in this 18 reworks? No, nowhere calculated in the yield. This is where I will penalize, will be very harsh, and that's how it has to be. There's no scope for a defect. Fixing it is not a good thing. Practically, if you don't have the reworks, then I would have utilized my people to work on 18 extra stuff, which I'm not. So throughput yield is what should be done. Now, you are the super boss. You would like to see, where do I stand? What is my overall performance? That is what we call as roll throughput yield. Roll throughput yield is multiplication of stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, all the throughput yields multiplied. That's your actual process performance, error-free process performance of the entire process. So in your process, only 47.56% of the items pass from beginning till end without any error. Remaining, you either scrap off or you get it reworked. That's your error-free rate for your entire process, which is horrible. So yes, when I want to look at real mirror, how I'm performing as a business owner, I should be looking at this metric for myself, this metric for my managers, and this metric is for the client. Different people will get different values, but that's how I should be measuring. So this is my overall process performance in terms of error-free rate. So which is throughput yield 1 multiplied by throughput yield 2 multiplied by throughput yield 3. So which tells me, or whatever number of stages we have, we multiply all those stages and we get our overall process performance rate. Is this okay with everyone? Everyone, and or probably have any questions, please? Yeah. Brian, how about you?
It seems clear to me.
Okay, it's clear.
So, of course, we get the
Okay.
TPY, and then whatever is there, some multiply each TPY, and then we get them out.
So multiply these basically. So I hope we're clear about this, right? There are no questions here.
I have some. Suppose, can we go to the comparison table, manager 1, 2, 3?
Yes.
So if I, as a unit head, if I would like to compare between manager 1 and manager 3, who is better?
So they're almost at the same level, practically. They are. See, this is the individual
Practically same level, but if I compare as a rework is 0 for manager 3. Rework is always a cost.
Yes, absolutely. So basically, you are in the end, you are again getting the same work redone. So yes, when looking at you have six rework, so you have got that additional workload added on. Yes, I would still I'll probably be okay with the other one because the base is also less, no? The base has also changed accordingly.
Suppose we put the 50 as an input to the
If I,
manager 3.
yeah, so if you put the 50, then things will be different. Like then here, this person is working at 82%. This person is horrible in that case.
Okay. Okay.
The base will change. So basically, at that base, whatever is performing. So industry-wise, again, we should be really, if you want to like, because when we talk about internal process improvement, which is a never-ending drive, you must be giving feedback to your people on throughput yield, and you should be looking at your own performance, measuring your own performance at RTY. That's only for good for the client. A rosy picture. That's what client is concerned about. You don't. They want to listen to your internal problems. That's your internal to you. These are internal. When you want to give the realistic targets, you should be giving realistic targets on these parameters to your people.
There must be some standard number for the scrap.
No, no, I see. See, it's lesser the better. So there's nothing which is acceptable. I really would like to scrap off everything from the like in no defect in the process. So yes, there's no such number as such where we say this is okay. I really would like to kind of squeeze out everything in terms of defect. So yes, never we might put up a target that let's target this level. Then the in the first project, then we go for another level. So you can continue as a business head. You will continue to make it more stringent, but yes, gradually, step by step, you can go for it. You can define the target. See, business heads, unit heads, they like you have a clear line of sight. Where do you want the process to be taken? And obviously, you want to set them on at a like a stage level. So one by one, you want to set some target, achieve the target, appreciate the people, so they get into the mode and activity of or like of taking feedback, delivering up to that expectation. So you can probably split this up into multiple levels.
Okay.
Okay. Now
Thank you.
moving on to the next thing, which is the way we calculate the sigma level. So this is all about the percentages part of it. Coming to the sigma levels, we will be dealing with. Let me just copy paste this. Now, sigma levels are going to be very essential in terms of like reporting these numbers. We're going to look at manual way of calculating this for now, and then we will get into the MINITAB version also to calculate. But first, let's have a look at this sigma level part of it. Now, first thing which we talk about is CP. CP stands for process capability. Now, there are challenges with this, so I would not deep dive into the CP part of it, and I'll explain what's the problem. But we should know the formula and the reasoning. It tells you the capability of the process, but not how you are performing. Keep this in mind. That's what is the biggest limitation. It tells you how capable you are. Say it's a basic thing like somebody may be really talented, but what do you do with that talent is the performance. Is what you do in the real world. So your machines probably could be capable of delivering like 100 kilos of worth of output, but if you're just able to take 20 kilos of output every day, that's your actual performance. So CP tells you the capability, how capable you are, but doesn't tell you how you're performing. It is unfortunately not being too much used because of these basically the reason. So CP formula, I'll just kind of give you. CP is calculated as USL minus LSL, whatever the client expectations are, the tolerance divided by 6 standard deviation. That's a simple formula. You put in the values of USL, LSL given by the client, put the value of standard deviation, you will get your CP. Now, CP, basic fundamental, keep this is basic fundamental. CP, if you calculate this, if it comes as less than 1, you have a defective process. You have a bad process. It will have defects in it. That means by design, it is not capable to meet the client expectations. CP value when it's equal to 1, it means that it is exactly meeting the client expectation, but very dangerously. Because why? Because it is right there. Even if there's a variation in the process, you might start creating defect. CP value ideally should be greater than 1, which is what industry-wise people prefer. This is excellent process where even if the process has variation, you would still be fine. There will be some cushion. In what is where industry-wise, what's the benchmark? People want minimum CP level, which is 1.33. A CP value of anything more than 1.33 is considered to be a good level. That's what everyone wants to at least achieve, so that my process looks good. If I want to draw this like from an image point of view, what does CP means? Let's say this is what CP means. CP USL minus LSL. So this is my say LSL. This is my USL. The client wants you to perform between these limits. So this is my LSL and USL and 6 standard deviation. So say this is your process way here. So this is your center of the process. 1 standard deviation, 2 standard deviation, 3 standard deviation, -1, -2, -3. So this is your 6 value of 6 standard deviation. The 6 standard deviation plus and minus 3 standard deviation. 6 standard deviation is here. So if your client, if you have a process like this, that means your process is behaving here, you still have some cushion here. You have good area. Even the process has variation, you covered. You're not crossing these boundaries, which is where the client will say it's a defect. It's good for you. You have some cushion here. You have some cushion here also. It's a good process. This kind of process will be here. But if you look at the other kind of process, which will be like CP less than 1, this is where this is how my process is. Your 6 standard deviation is 1, 2, 3, -1, -2, -3. That's my 6 standard deviation here. And the client limits are, say client has cushion somewhere here. This is lower limit of the client, and say this is the upper limit of the client. Some process data is moving out. This is defect, out of client expectation. So your 6 standard deviation is crossing the client limit. So this is your USL minus LSL limit, and this is your 6 standard deviation, which is crossing this boundary, which is bad. It's a defective process. Whenever CP value will be less than 1, you will have a defect in the process. If you want to validate this, we can use this formula where the previous values of the marker example that we were talking about. We can look at this value and I will easily identify what values we had there. We had LSL, we had USL, we had mean, we had standard deviation. So if we look at the value 4.5 inches long, 5.5 inches, mean was 5.1 and standard deviation was 0.2. So if I use this value, CP value, USL minus LSL and then 6 standard deviation, we divide them to get CP. So USL minus LSL, USL is 5.5 minus LSL, which is 4.5. That's my numerator, divided by 6 standard deviation. 6 multiplied by 0.2. CP value will be this divided by that. Is it less than 1? Yes, it's less than 1. So whenever your CP value will be less than 1, you will have a bad process. Bad process, that means there will be defect in the process. We saw there was defect in the process. Same values. In this case, the process was not capable to meet the requirement. You were having defect. So whenever CP value is less than 1, there'll always be a defect in the process. So ideally, industry-wise, we want cushion so that we're covered. It's not crossing those boundaries. But CP value has challenges, and that's why it's not too much used. The first challenge is this one. This is the biggest challenge we see with CP, that it doesn't tell you how you're performing. It just tells you how capable you are. Now, second, because it talks about capability only, it doesn't tell you performance. Second reason why CP cannot be used too much, it's not too much used, is because if your process has single-sided specification, you can't calculate CP. Well, there are a lot of processes, a lot of metrics where you only get single-side specification. Sales, would you get both side limits, or you get one side limit in sales?
No, it's either 0 or up.
Minimum sales required is this much. Would client penalize you for doing extra sales?
Yes.
Would you only get single side, like minimum sales? Say your target is minimum $50,000. This is what you have to achieve. This is your
Yes.
minimum LSL. No one will give you upper limit. Higher the
Yes.
better. You'll be my best guy. I will never define an upper limit. Upper limit means if you cross that, it will be defect. No, sales. I will give you a reward if you cross any, and like higher the better. But I'll penalize if you don't deliver this sales. That's my minimum limit. You only get single side. For example, you have quality. Quality as a metric. I will give you that minimum limit that I need minimum of 90% quality. But will I ever penalize you for getting a better quality? No. Give me 100%. I don't mind. I will never define an upper limit for these metrics. It's a single side quality. Minimum I need this much for, but there would be certain metrics like handling time. You get only upper limit, maximum time allotted is 15 days to complete the job. That's your USL upper limit. You don't get two side limit. Probably do it right now, finish it off. Why wait for 15 days? I will not define a lower limit. Sooner the better. Defect. Well, defects, I will allow 3% defect. That's my upper limit. I will never define a lower limit. I don't make a defect. So there are a lot of process metrics. You will just get a single side limit. You can't calculate CP here because CP you need both USL and LSL. That's a big drawback. Why CP is not too much used? Because there's tons of metrics which only come with, ideally when you get two-side metric, when you're making a product, it has dimensions. That's when you have both side limits given to you. Like the marker example we were talking about, that's when you actually end up getting, when you're making a physical product, you get a upper limit or lower limit. For rest of the things, generally you always have either a lower limit or you have an upper limit. Like a pizza example we're talking about, delivery of pizza, you had maximum time of 30 minutes. Well, deliver it right now. The moment I order, give it to me. I will never complain. I'll be happy. But maximum time permitted is this much. So you have a big challenge with CP. But yes, it's a part of the theory. We should know what basically, but it doesn't give me the sigma level here. So an update from the CP itself, the CPK is created. CPK tells you process capability index, which is what it will be used for calculation of sigma level. This is how this will solve both the issues. This tells you how you're performing first, and even if you have two side limit, a single side limit. So if you have two side limit, still I can calculate sigma level. If you have lower side, I can calculate sigma. If you have upper side, I'll calculate sigma. So bottom line solves both these problems also. So CPK, how does it get calculated? But before we calculate CPK, let me quickly show you what do we mean by CPK. What's the need of CPK? So this is my process, how I'm performing. +1, +2, +3, -1, -2, -3. That's my process. 99.7% of the process is behaving this way. Now, client has a limit here, which is very good. We got like too much of cushion here. We are not going to cross. If I cross this, it'll be defect. So we've got too much of cushion. We are happy. This side, the client has less cushion. We are not crossing, but we got less cushion here, less cushion. Here got like pretty big range. How do I calculate sigma level? In a simple layman language, the number of standard deviations I can fit between mean and the target is the sigma level. So 1 sigma, 2 sigma standard deviation, 3 standard deviation, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So this side I'm working at 11 sigma. Okay, this side 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So is this side I'm working at 6 sigma level, this side I'm working at 11 sigma level. Now, which one will be used as the final sigma? What is my overall sigma for the process? I don't take averages. No, that's not right. So bottom line, keep this in mind. If you have only one side limit, like a upper limit given, then there is no problem. You know what is the sigma level. If you have only lower side limit given, then there is no problem. You have a sigma level. But the question will arise when you have two sides. You calculate both side sigma, and then you have to find out what is my final sigma. So if you have a single side, then there is no confusion. Directly find from the mean to the that side how many standard deviation, and your process problem will be solved. When you have two sides, then you need to calculate both the sides to calculate the sigma level. That's where CPK comes into picture. Let's have a look at this. What's the formula? So CP USL, if you have an upper limit, so USL minus mean divided by 3 standard deviation. That's a formula for upper side capability. CP-LSL is mean minus LSL divided by 3 standard deviation. It's half of the process. 3 standard because it's only towards the upper half. This is towards the lower half. What is the capability? If you have only upper side formula, upper side given to you, like these metrics, only upper side, then you will use this formula. If you have only lower side metric like quality, sales, use this formula. If you have both side, like that marker example, you will use both the formula. Simple as that. That will give you upper or lower. That brings us to CPK. Now, CPK is minimum of CP-USL and CP-LSL. So whichever is lowest, CP-LSL or USL, whichever is lowest will become CPK. If you have only upper side, that will by default become a CPK. If you have only lower side, that will become CPK. If you have both side, then you have to calculate both and see which one is lowest. Whichever is lowest will become your CPK. Now, what does this CPK do? Now, that brings us to sigma level. ZLT for long term. Z is for sigma, LT for long term. So ZLT, you call it as ZLT, or you call it as long term sigma, or you call it as Z bench. We are talking about same thing. What is long term? I'll explain, but yeah, same. These are synonyms. You call it as Z bench, long term sigma, or ZLT. Meaning is same. How do we get our long term sigma? CPK, whatever value you get as CPK, you multiply with 3. That will give you long-term sigma. Now, once we get our long-term sigma, there is another term, ZST, for short-term sigma. Z is, or Z or Z, depending on US or British accent, but whatever we use, we got short-term sigma, or we call it as short-term sigma, or we call it as current sigma. So whatever you call this long-term, short-term, we will be able to get this. Now, how do we get current sigma? Long-term sigma, whatever you calculated in the first stage, plus 1.5, which is fixed constant value of sigma level, 1.5, that will give you current sigma level. That's how we can. Formulas are very simple. We should be able to calculate and get our sigma levels. I need to explain what is the meaning of long term, short term, and what is this 1.5. But before we do that, let's calculate a sigma level so that we know how to use it, and then practically everything will be taken care of. So let's use the values what we had for the marker example. We already had calculated percentages, CPK, and all that stuff. Let's use the same example so we know we have calculated everything using that value. You can do it for anything. So LSL 4.5, USL 5.5, mean of 5.1, standard deviation of 0.2. Let's put the values and find the sigma level using this. So USL is USL minus mean. So USL minus mean, USL is 5.5 minus mean, which is 5.1. That's my numerator. And then it says 3 standard deviation. So 3 multiplied by 0.2. This will be divided by that. So this divided by this will give me upper side capability. This is your capability of your process towards the upper side. Let's calculate the other one. Mean minus LSL, 5.1 minus 4.5. That's my this part, then 3 standard deviation, 3 multiplied by 0.2. Similarly, I'll divide this by this. That's my lower side capability. So you've got upper side capability, you've got lower side capability. CPK is minimum of both of them. Whichever is minimum becomes your CPK. So this becomes my CPK. That's my CPK. Because this is the lowest out of them. When you get CPK, you multiply CPK with 3 to get your long-term sigma. Your long-term sigma is 2. And when you get your long-term sigma, you add 1.5, which is fixed value. That gives you current sigma. So when you calculated this defect percentage as 2.41%, or you said your process quality is 97.58%, or when you said your CP value is 0.83%, 0.83, you can say the same stuff in the same values. Your process has a long-term sigma of 2 or in a current sigma of 3.5. The calculation part is relatively very, very easy. Formulas are very simple, but just want to make sure that we understand the basic way of calculating. Is this clear? The calculation part, I do need to explain what is long-term, short-term, and 1.5, but Calculation wise, I hope that that's not a big deal. It's a very, very simple formula. Is this okay with everyone?
Yung sa mobile app, para lang pag sakali
Calculation
mag-payment,
wise,
meron
yes.
kayong mababal ka na
Okay,
driver.
okay,
So,
perfect.
step by step.
Now, let me explain what is this long term, short term, and what is this 1.5. And then that should kind of, and we will be using Minitab also, which is ideally going to be doing the same stuff also. But yes, let's have a look at first of all, what is the purpose of what is the meaning of long term and short term. In reality, actual, uh, there's nothing called current sigma or long term, like short term sigma. The world is divided into like people with two different mindset. When this sigma level was created and everything were at Motorola, these people saw that they observed hundreds and hundreds of processes, and they calculated sigma levels for various processes, and they saw that on an average every process used to deteriorate or shift their sigma level about 1.5 on an average. And so not every process had a shift of sigma level exactly at 1.5, but on an average the process used to shift and drift. See, everything changes with time. If you buy say a new machine, you buy a new car, it will not give you problems in the beginning, but as the time progresses, the car becomes older, it starts giving you problem. So everything deteriorates with time. If we talk about people, when we are young, we have too much of energy, we can do a lot of work, we can work 16 hours, 18 hours a day also. But when we get old, we don't have that kind of capability to deliver it, that kind of like long work hours. Similarly, it happens with process also. When your process is updated or improved initially, you don't see challenges. But over a period of time, when things are being like over a period of time, it starts creating errors also. People become complacent, people become overconfident, uh, things starts breaking up with time. Now, what is the definition of time? There's no such standard definition. Different processes starts giving you error at different time interval, depending on how stringent are we about the way we process, the way we monitor the process. Now, so by time things deteriorate. So when they observe the processes, their understanding was on an average the deterioration or the change in the sigma level was about 1.5. So they decided a new method. Say whatever sigma level you calculate, you add 1.5, that gives you current sigma. That's the current level of sigma. And you say six sigma when, okay, let me make this even clear, and you will get an this and this, they are same level, absolutely same level. And to understand this better, this is just a different nomenclature. If you say 1 hour, or you say 60 minutes, or you say 3600 seconds, there's no change in the meaning. Be it 1 hour, be it 60 minutes, or 3600 seconds, is the same thing. That's how you call it something in terms of long-term sigma, or you call it in something in terms of short-term sigma. Meaning is absolutely same. When we say something, but a general term, keep this in mind, industry wise people, because it comes from sigma's Motorola created this version of current sigma. And that's how people always, whenever you see somebody telling you sigma level, they always telling you sigma level in the current sigma language. So they have added 1.5 in that calculation by default. It's a general practice. Whenever we say sigma level, understand that it has already 1.5 added in that calculation. 1.5 is already added. So whenever we say somebody says that we are working at six sigma process, six sigma level, ideally, we what it means, if a process is six sigma level, that means we are reporting, because we always talk in language of sigma, that is current sigma level, which is equal to, if I say the same thing, I say it's 6 sigma level current process, or I say 4.5 long term, meaning is the same. The sigma level doesn't change. This six sigma in language of current or short term is same as 4.5 sigma long term. And at this level of sigma, how many defects do we make? 3.4 defects in a million opportunity. So either you say 6 sigma current, or you say 4.5 long term, or you say 3.4 sigma in a million, of defect in a million. We are talking about same performance level. Or you say 99.99966% quality, meaning performance level it's the same. And to validate it, here, have a look at this Z table or Z table. That's sigma level table. And keep this in mind, sigma level table or any kind of method we use using Minitab, everything gives you long term. This is manual addition, manual addition. Nothing is, this is not coming from a calculation. It just, until this, there was a calculation and some logic behind it. This was created by Motorola. They just added 1.5. So no software will give you current. You have to manually add 1.5 to get your current sigma. Even this table, when we talk about this table, sigma level table, this is long-term table, long-term. Everything is in long-term. You have to manually add 1.5. Even from Minitab also, you have to add manually 1.5 to calculate current sigma, to report your sigma, because everyone uses current sigma for reporting. Now, if we say current sigma, a 4.5 long term is same as 6 sigma short term. That's what we want to say. 4.5 long term sigma, which is a difference of 1.5 sigma, is same as 6 sigma short term. So that means 4.5 long term should have 3.4 defects per million opportunity. That's what it should mean. If I look at the sigma level table, if I go down till here, it says to 4.5 sigma. Have a look at this 4.5. It says 3.40E006. How do I read this? All these tables, like whatever values, it's all sigma level. The entire table is all about sigma level. 4.5 sigma, 3.4E006. Let me just write it down. How do we read it? 3.40E006. That's how it says. How do we write it? 3.4 defects. That's what it 3.40 defects divided by 10 to the power, whatever number value you see. 6 means 6 zeros. 1 followed by those many zeros. That's what it means. So what it means is 3.4 defects in 1 followed by how many zeros? 6 zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is million. 3.4 defects per million opportunity is at the level of 4.5 long-term sigma, which is equal to 6 sigma short-term. Same stuff. Absolutely the same thing. If we want to find out any other sigma, let me just randomly pick any other sigma level to, let's say we want to find out sigma level for 2.85 sigma long term. 2.85 long term. First of all, let's find out what will be my current. So current sigma will be 2.85 sigma plus 1.5 sigma. That's my current. So either you say long term 2.85 or you say short term 4.35 sigma. What is the number of defects? Defects do I make at this level of sigma? Go to 2.85 in the long term table. Have a look at this 2.85. Let's go to 2.8 here. 2.8 is here. It's like a log table. You go on top, see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So fifth is basically the sixth column because it starts with 0. So sixth column, if you go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is what it is. 2.19E003. Let me just write down 2.19E003. Can anyone help me understand how many defects are we talking about at this level of sigma? At this level of sigma, how many defects do we have? 2.19 defects out of
3 million.
no.
Sorry.
Out of 1 followed by 3 zeros. You got 3, that means 3 zeros. 6 means 6 zeros. So at this level of sigma, you'll be making 2.19 defect in every 1,000 opportunities. So the number you see here is the number of zeros that you will have here. Is it clear?
Can we do it one more time?
Yeah. So we'll do it for something else. Like randomly, let's pick up any other number. So you want to find out this stuff, same stuff. Say for some random other number. Say 3.2, say 25 sigma. 3.28 sigma, say 3.28 sigma. Let's first of all, let's convert this into short term, which is 1.5. So either you say short term or current sigma 4.78, or you say long term, the meaning is same. Let's find the defect, 3.28 sigma. So we go to 3.2 is here. 8 will be the ninth column because it starts with 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3.28 is this. 5.19 E004. 5.19 E004. How many defects are we talking about?
5.19.
In
4 zeros.
1 followed by 4 zeros.
10,000.
Absolutely, yes. That tells me how many defects I'll make at a specific sigma level. How many defects will I be making? Is this clear, everyone?
How did we arrive to the 9?
I'm sorry, which one?
When we computed that last number, we arrived at the table at the 9.
This one?
How come?
This
Uh,
99.999?
no, that's the 5.9.
This one,
You've got the
5.19.
yes. In the table, it's in the 9th column, right?
Yeah, ninth column. So, okay, 3.2 is here. And if I look at this table on the 3 point, we were finding the sigma level for 3.28, right? 3.28. So we go
Yes.
to 8. 8 is here on top. 8 on top and 3.2 is here. That's the intersection. 3.2 from here and 8 from the top.
Oh, okay, okay. 3.2.
3.2 is here and
Okay,
8 from the top. It's
okay.
like a log table. Let's pick up one more. Let's just one more. I need one random. Let's pick up any random sigma level. Just for an argument's sake, let's say we want to find out this for say 1.89 sigma. 1.89 sigma. Let's find out the current sigma first. This will be plus 1.5. So 1.89 is what we want to find out. 1.89. Let's go to 1.8 and 9 will be from the top. So 9 is here. So we go down till this one. 2.94 E002. 2.94 E002. What does it mean? 2.94 defects in how many?
100.
100, yes. So 2.94 defects in 100 is the defect rate at this level of sigma.
Eat now.
Is it okay with everyone now? Everyone is clear about the sigma levels here?
It's clear, but this 6 sigma level, that means there is a hidden performance
Yes, yes.
that is
So that is
1.5.
yes. So this is what they created, and see, a lot of people across the globe, they're divided. They don't agree that this is they shouldn't be using the language of sigma level with adding 1.5. So even the table that we're using here, it is a every table that you will see, it will be a long-term table. Every software will be long-term software. So with nothing, because it's a manual addition. So a lot of people debate why even have that extra 1.5 and add and then report a higher number. But again, somehow it was just being
That's
used.
what that higher number addition.
Yes, it is
Higher number addition is not giving a good, not supporting the Deming cycle.
Yes, see, in the end, people are divided. So people who are statisticians, they are divided into groups. So some people follow because Motorola said so. Yes, we are following it, and that has become the nomenclature. So unless until somebody tells I am talking about long-term sigma, they always mean current sigma. So always remember, if somebody does not clearly tell you that it's a long-term sigma, they always mean current sigma. So that means 1.5 has been added in this already. I hope we're good with this. Everyone is clear about the calculation part of it. Okay.
Clear.
Now, one thing which is left over in this, which we will be like, it's a DPMO, and then we can take a break. So just want to be sure, like the DPMO is not going to be a big deal because when we come back, we will be using MINITAB for calculation of sigma levels. We'll understand how to use it, but DPMO is a very simple one because it can be used right here. It's not a so DPMO is going to calculate if we have a defect rate. So here we were looking at sigma level and we were finding the defect. If we have a defect rate, how can I find my sigma level? So if I have a defect rate, so say for example, if my process has 31% defect, random figure, like so 31% defect rate, what is the sigma level for this one? Sigma level can be found here as norm sin V. That's the formula, equal to norm sin V. Open up the bracket, 1 minus, that's a basic fundamental. And now you put the defect rate. What is the defect rate? 31 out of 100. The 31% means 31 out of 100. Close the bracket, and add 1.5. You don't add 1.5, will be long term, because you're adding 1.5, what you get is current. Your current sigma level is 1.99 at 31% defect rate. Say random, let's pick up any random number. Say I have a defect rate of 23%. What is the sigma level at 23% defect rate? So it will be norm sin V 1 minus 23 divided by 100. Close the bracket, plus 1.5. That's my sigma level at 23%. I can have an arbitrary number, like random number. What if I audited some, say 1800 pieces or some pieces, and I found 600 some defects. So randomly putting, say I found 639 defects uh, out of say 3264 total count. Total these many samples I audited and found these many. Random number, not percentage. So same logic, norm sin V 1 minus, put the defect rate, which is 639 divided by 3264. Close the bracket, plus 1.5. So you have your sigma level. This is the simplest out of all. Here we're finding defect, from the defects we're finding the sigma level. You don't add 1.5, then you will get long term, because we're adding 1.5, you're getting the current sigma directly. Is this okay with everyone? Is it clear?
Clear.
Okay. Let's do one thing. Let's take once we come back, and pretty much we'll let's take a break for like 20 minutes. Is that okay with everyone? 20?
Yes.
Okay, let's be back in 20 minutes from whatever time zone we are in. We'll come back and start with the remainder. Thank you. Are we back from the break? Are we back from the break?
I sent you a message, sir.
Yeah. All right, no problem. Please just carry on.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks. Brian and Sanjay. Hello. 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 Uh, Brian and Sanjay. Uh, would request you to please confirm if you're back. Hello.
Yes, I'm back.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. How about Brian? Let's wait for a couple of minutes and we can get started in that case. Hello, Brian, are you back? Okay, I guess we can get started now. Right, so okay, so pretty much the next thing which we have to do is to learn how to perform the sigma level calculation on Minitab. So the process is fairly simple. I'll just go ahead and like put this on mute for now. Okay, now when we talk about calculating sigma level, so this is the data that I have, and the ticket closure time. I've got some data here, for which I would like to calculate the sigma level. So the process is simple. You go to assistant here, you go to assistant, and it says capability analysis. Capability analysis. We click on this capability analysis, and it takes us to another page, which will, yeah. So we want to calculate this process capability. We click on this process capability here, which will open up another page for us. Here, we would like to perform the analysis. It's asking where is your process data. So we click on this tab here, select the ticket closure time, whatever is the business problem for which your data has been collected. So we select this data, and it talks about what is your subgroup size. Now my subgroup size is one. Why? Because the data is collected one at a time, one data at a time. So it's a single column. We will be dealing with one. That's my subgroup size. Now, is there a client target? Because the sigma level will be always calculated with respect to client target. With respect to this particular process, say the client has a target of 20 minutes. Now, anything more than 20 minutes is considered as a defect by the client. So we have to bring down the data below 20 minutes. That's the client expectation. So we have an upper target, upper limit of 20 minutes. We cannot cross 20 minutes. So whatever is your business target, lower side target or upper side target, we'll put it here. If in case you have both, then you put both the targets. So 20 minutes is the maximum limit, upper specification limit. We put it here and then we click OK, that's it. It's going to calculate your sigma level and we'll give you a report for that. Okay, that's the report. Let me just show is this. Okay. Now that's how your report looks like. A double click to get this here. Now see, anything which is crossing this upper limit of 20 minutes, this is the 20 minutes cutoff limit, the upper limit, US cell, all this is defect. This all is defect. There's a huge defect in the process. It gives you the analysis, the defect rate is 36.25% and all that stuff it gives you. Now there's something new term that you're able to see is PP and PPK. We have studied CP and CPK. We'll come to that. We will not be using the PP and PPK, and we'll explain what is this PP, PPK, and why we should not be looking at this PP, PPK. When do we use it also? For now, let's just scroll down. We haven't studied control chart, but when you are doing this capability analysis, it automatically makes your control chart. So the control charts have been done. The normal distribution testing has also been done. This Anderson-Darling normality test, it tells you the p-value tells you that data is normal. So we haven't studied this control charts. When we get there, we'll understand how to read this. Uh, Going down, this is what we were looking for, which is process performance report. So this is give you CP, CPK also, and this gives you PP, PPK. So we've studied the CP, CPK, which is what we are concerned with. But yes, what is this? We'll understand that part. But so first thing first, we look at the CPK. When you get CPK, we multiply with 3 to get our long-term sigma, which is Z bench, long-term sigma, which is this. You need to manually add 1.5 to this to get your current sigma. So 0.33 plus 1.5 will give you current sigma level. At this sigma level, you have a defect rate of 36.91% in your process. At this defect rate, you will be making 369,081 defects in a million. So that's what it tells you. The number of defects you will be making in a million your defect percentage, your long-term sigma, you add 1.5 to get your current sigma. Now the question arises, what is this PP and PPK? Practically the formula is same. The only way the things differ in the values is because of the way standard deviation gets calculated, but we don't use a PPPK version in a Six Sigma project kind of scenario. Why? Because when we talk about project being done, we are working on a short-term data, like a 10 days data, 15 days data, like 20 days data. We have to uh, collect the data, analyze the data, and take the decision. But when we talk about PPK, when do we use it? When you have project is completed, when your process is stable, improved, and sustained. Like, so it's going on almost like you have a 1 year long data, like a which covers all possible seasonality, all possible fluctuations in the process, new people joining in the organization, older people leaving the organization. So your process would have seen all up and down. That is when you start reporting your process performance in PPK, but not, and that will be huge data, like a population data, a huge data, which is more like a year-long data, which has all possible variations of the process. But when you're dealing with a project, your project is short-lived. It's a very short-term process. You collect the data, you check your sigma level, you improve your process and all that stuff. So you don't have the bandwidth to wait for 1 year long to collect the data and then report your sigma level. So yes, only CPCPK will be relevant to us in a project when your project is completed, successful, stable, is going on fine. Uh, Over a period of time, like at least after a year, then you have a long year-long data. Then you report your sigma level as PPK, which you can refer as more stable and sigma level, like more stable sigma level. I'll say because it looks at overall year, annual data, which has all possible variations already in there. So it takes care of all that plus minus in the data. That's, you can say, more stable and reliable sigma level for you, but over a period of time, but now not in a project kind of scenario. So CPCPK is what is relevant to us. And from that, we will be able to kind of open up this tab and then put in the comments that the current sigma is this much and all that, add 1.5, mention the comments here, and your job is done. So these reports are ready. Just copy paste and put it on your presentation. Your sigma level calculation stuff will be done. Is that clear? Oh,
Sir, can you have another example?
I'm sorry.
One more example.
Another example.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so so for example, we have a customer satisfaction score here. We have to get a customer satisfaction score. The client has a target that we must maintain minimum 90% quality, 90% CSAT score. If you don't have 90% CSAT score, I will call it as a defect. So you need to improve your CSAT score. So in that case, same stuff like say capability analysis here. Say this is not my why. So whatever is a business problem, you select that. So I'm selecting CSAT score, customer. My subgroup size is 1 because it's a single column, one data at a time, one data at a time, single column. What is your limit? Is it going to be a minimum limit or is it going to be a maximum limit? Now I will have it as a minimum limit. I need minimum of 90% as CSAT score. I put in 90 here. That's it. I just click OK. See, it tells you anything which is less than 90, you have a huge defect rate. A big chunk of data has less than 90. Lower specific, only few data points are crossing 90%, which is good. This is pass. Now if I look at the defect rate, if I just scroll down here, let's have a look at this. That's my control charts. We haven't studied this. uh, the data is non-normal in this case. Have a look at the sigma levels. It gives you the clarity. CPK, and this gives you Z bench. Z bench is minus 1.2. You need to add 1.5 to this to get your current sigma. So your current sigma will be 0.3. In this case, you add 1.5, you'll have 1.3, 0.3 as your current sigma level. At this sigma level, your process has 88.58% defect. And in a million, you'll be making these many defects. Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay, great.
That's a bad performance.
Sanjay, is this clear to you also?
Yes, clear. But I have some question that
Yeah, please.
sigma level measurement for the big manufacturing industries, it should be online, no? Maybe
I
hourly analysis or end of the shift analysis.
So you can have the data. So in case of like if you have hourly data, you can collect the data hourly. This data could be presented in hourly format also. So you can have, like, say, every hour data. You go and pick up some data every hour, and that's how your data would look like. You will be able to showcase your process performance, which is an hourly performance. That will not. So data gets collected. You, depending on how much sample you need to collect, you will collect those many data points, and you can perform the analysis for your overall process. Probably you have like a 10 days data, like hourly data, daily data, but 10 days data. You have an hourly data. That will be fine.
No,
Any
my
data
my
is
question
fine.
is
Hmm.
my question is that the company who is really worried about the process condition, manufacturing industries,
Right, right, right.
so they must be tracking an hourly analysis or shift analysis.
That's where you need
How
to
is the shift
analyze.
performing?
Yeah,
Huh?
for that you must look at your control chart. See, this is just going to give you overall. See, you have like, well, last 15 days data. You get to know what's your sigma level, overall sigma level. But when you want, that is giving you overall picture. But when you want to track very closely as to what's happening hour by hour, shift by shift, I would look
Correct.
at my control charts. I would look at my control charts. So that will definitely. So here also, we'll understand how to track and read the control charts. What do you mean? So this is going to give you that analysis. So when we get to the control phase, we'll understand what are the different types of control charts. This is what will help me ensure that I monitor the only way, and probably the best way to monitor the health of the process is control charts. Keep looking at your control chart. It will not give you surprises. Your process will never ever go out of your hand, and that you can be very, very sure about it. No
Right.
process will become good or bad overnight. It will always. And having said that, when we come to the control part of it, control charts, we'll learn about that. But yes, Six Sigma happened in 1986. Control charts are since 1920. So control charts were
Right.
already into practice, very successful in every industry. And Six Sigma in 1986 picked it up because they found it as a very useful tool with which you can control, monitor the health of the process, and processes. The moment it starts showing you any variation, you will catch hold of that before it becomes a problem. That's why
Right. Right.
having a control chart is imperative. There's no choice. You must have the control charts.
And control charts contributes sigma level. Right.
Absolutely, absolutely, yes, absolutely. It helps you to control, keep the process in check, which is very. So yeah, control chart is definitely the reason why you do project, because once you improve something, you want to make sure it stays improved. It should not go back to the original position where we started from. So that will help you ensure that we sustain the level of performance. We don't fall. Otherwise, there's no fun in doing a project.
Right. Right. Correct.
Okay.
Clear.
All right. Perfect. So that's how you do the control chart part of it. Like, so yeah, Brian, in case you probably missed out, you asked for that link. I have shared the link here on the chat already, but yes, you can click on this, and the files you can download the same files that we are using. So in case you missed out that this training material file, slides and all that stuff, it's there in the link. You click on this, you'll be able to download it.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Okay, now going on with the now we've got the data. We know how my sigma level looks like. What's my performance? Now it's the entire purpose. The entire focus is to understand what are my real root causes. I am facing a business problem. How do I solve that business problem? What are the real root causes? That brings us to hypothesis testing, the statistical testing we talk about. Hypothesis testing is what we will be looking into. The most integral and I will say the critical part of our analysis is hypothesis testing, because this is where your knowledge, your expertise will come in picture, which is what I will say is a demarcating factor between other people and you, because you will be able to bring facts and figures on the table, which is why we are required practically. It helps you bring about the difference, and in like in analyzing the data, rather telling like I feel like this is important, that is important. We can say it with conviction that, say, you may have 30 possible reasons, but they are just possible reasons. I will be able to tell you exactly which one, two, three, four, which reasons are the ones which are really impacting. And that's what we will be dealing in hypothesis testing. So coming to hypothesis, basic literal meaning of hypothesis. If we pick up a dictionary and find out what is the meaning of hypothesis. Hypothesis means assumption. We make assumptions, and statistics is all about assumptions. There are two types of assumptions we make in stats. We have something called null hypothesis, and second we have alternative hypothesis. So null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis is the heart or essence of everything that we'll be studying going forward, because any statistical test that you will perform, you will have a definition of null, you'll have a definition of alternate, which will form the basis of all statistical tests. Now, the symbol of null and alternative is what you need to have a look at. This is how null is denoted, H and a small zero at the bottom, and HA, or sometimes American authors use H1 also. So HA is for alternative or one, H1, and H0, H naught as null hypothesis. Now, so I'll just mention it here. So H naught and HA or H1. So that's the, when you see these symbols, you pretty much mean what is, we talk about null or we talk about alternate. I will write down some basic facts about these definitions, and I'll explain that. But keep this in mind. If you don't understand this, please do ask the question. I'll rephrase, I'll give you other examples also, but we need to be crystal clear about this because this is the base. This is the base. Very simple, but yeah, we should get this clear. I'll just first write down few statements and we'll kind of validate it. Now, first thing, it is null definition. It is default definition. It is a default assumption, you may say. It's universal truth, hence need not be proven again. It's already a truth. Something which is right cannot be proven right again. Something which is already right is right. You don't need to prove it right. So it's a truth. It's a universal truth. It's a universal phenomena. You don't need to prove it. Null are is a default understanding, default assumption. Default. So with that being said, what does null means basically? Null will, if we are talking about this spreadsheet that we collected, there's some data. We've collected this data. Uh, in the measure phase, we've got the data. We had a problem with ticket closure time. So somebody came and said, well, ticket handler is, you've got 4 different ticket handlers. They manage the IT ticket. So ticket handler will be playing a critical role. Who is managing IT ticket will definitely depend on the skill set. So there will be impact. This is a root cause. Somebody felt that way. Somebody felt, no, gender wise, male or female. Somebody feels that males are good at ticket handling. Somebody feels that females are good at film. Well, there is a difference of opinion. But we feel that gender wise there could be impact. So whenever we talk about null definition, we try to say develop a relationship that ticket handler has an impact, has a relation with ticket closure time. Gender has a ticket relation with the ticket closure time. Null says there is no relation between X and Y. Everything is independent. No relation, simple as that. Absolutely. There's nothing which is correlated in the world. There's no relationship between two factors. Everything is independent. If you are comparing two groups like male or female performance, so productivity of male versus productivity of female, productivity of machine 1 versus productivity of machine 2, productivity of morning shift versus evening shift, productivity of my 5 managers. When I'm doing comparing two groups or more than two groups, so either I'm comparing 2 or more than 2 groups, what null says, all of them are same. There is no difference between them. Null means everything is same. Null always talks about same. No problem. So male and female, they are absolutely same. Gender wise, there could not be difference. Morning shift and evening shift productivity, they're same. There is no difference in the productivity. You have 5 managers. Null says all managers are same. There is no problem with them. Absolutely same. Basically, Null will always come with a equal to sign. So equal, that means they're same, no impact. So null always states status quo. Simple, equal to. Let's understand with an example and we'll be able to get this clarity. Say, for example, I'm a fond, I love chocolate. So pretty much I go to market and I pick up the best brand in chocolates, the one of the, like probably the Belgium chocolate, one of the best Belgium chocolates, the most expensive one. So I pick up a chocolate packet and the pack says, on the packet it's printed that the weight of the packet is 500 grams. Well, I have not weighed it, I have not tested it, but it's a reliable brand, one of the best brands, the most expensive one. And I believe not even a single minute it comes to mind that it's not 500 grams. I believe. It's a default understanding. When I pick up the packet, it says 500 grams, I believe it's 500 grams. When I pick up a bigger packet, it says 1 kilogram, I will believe it's 1 kilogram. Why? Because the source is so authentic, it's so reliable, it's so trustworthy. It has become a default definition. You are not even checking and weighing it, you believe it. It's a default understanding. Equal to, keep this in mind, it's always come with the equal to sign. It states something, this is equal to this. For example, say uh, there's a car maker. We've talked about car makers like Audi, Ferrari, BMW, and all that. All of a sudden, like these guys say, Audi starts publishing some advertisement saying the new car variant we will be launching will give you 75 kilometer per liter average. Well, that is insane for a car to give that kind of average. But we start believing it. Why? Probably that's a big brand. I think they might have done something with their technological thing, and it's giving you that kind of average. And we start talking about it. We tell our friends, there's a new Audi car which is coming, which is giving you 75 kilometers per liter average. That becomes talk of the town while we believe it. Why? Because the source is so authentic, so reliable, so trustworthy. So the car gives the mileage of 75 kilometers per liter. That is what we believe. Simple. That comes with a deep, because sources are so authentic. So there are certain things which have become a universal phenomena. Some more examples to understand it better. Say, we always talk about deeds, being a good human being. We should do good stuff. We should not harm anyone. We should be kind to everyone. Why? Because up there in the sky, there is, when we say is, we pretty much want to say equal to, there is heaven. So somebody will die, will do good stuff, you go to heaven. And similarly, if you do a bad thing, you will go to hell. Simple as that. There is always equal to sign. Have we seen hell or heaven? No. We believe it? Yes. It's a part of society, culture. Since the early days, we are kind of taught good stuff, be nice to people. Why? Because of probably there's a fairy tale and all that stuff. It is part of our culture. People understand, people talk about it. No one has seen this. These are default understandings, which is a part of culture, society, and it's been going on since ages. These are null definitions. Now, alternative is our generation. Probably we are not going to believe because you say so. This is also known as research hypothesis. This is all about people in research world do. They claim. This is also known as claim. This is also known as challenge. I will not believe because you saying so. Show me the proof. So I will come and contradict, challenge the existence of null. I'll say you're wrong. Null, you're wrong. Whatever you're claiming, it's wrong. So I might come back and say, no, the chocolate that I have picked up, I think it's less than 500. I don't think it's 500 grams. It's a little lighter. I think it's lighter. So I suspect, I doubt, I challenge, I claim it's less. I might think, no, I think it's a little heavier than 500 grams. I'm contradicting, I'm challenging. It says equal to, I'm saying no, less than, greater than, or I might say not equal to 500 grams. So alternate claim, the challenge that I can make can be of three types. I might say it's more than, less than, or not equal to. All this way, whatever I'm trying to prove is my alternate definition. That's what I'm researching, I'm claiming, I'm trying to prove a point here. And hence, we always need to prove alternative. Why? Because null is already proven. Null is default. You are the one who has got a problem. You are the one who's coming and saying, no, this is not right. You prove it. Not my problem. This is default, understood. Everyone understands this, everyone believes it. You are the one who's coming and saying, no, this is not right, this is not right. Whatever you want to prove, you prove it. Null doesn't need to be proven. It's already assumed, understood, universal truth. You need to always prove alternative. What are we trying to prove here? Say in case of alternative, basic definitions of alternative will always say, no, X and Y are related to each other. So X has an impact on Y. There's an impact. So we trying to have this entire thing. The ticket handler has an impact. Gender has an impact. Age group will have an impact. The kind of ticket type will have an impact. Satisfaction score will have. We all try to prove this point that there is a relation. Null says no relation. Simple as that. All this is what we're trying to say. Even talk about if we're comparing two groups or more than two groups, anything, any kind of group of people we're comparing, null will say there is a statistically significant difference between them. It's not small difference, a big, large difference. They are performing at two different levels. Male, female, they're absolutely different. There is no match between, they are different level. Probably I have few managers. There is a performance difference between them, which is huge, remarkable difference. So null will say no difference, alternate will always try to prove a point. That's how null and alternate, basic fundamental of null and alternate works. Now, with to continue, it's like just to kind of give you some couple of more examples, just have a look at this few examples. Null definition. It says, as a result of employee safety program, there will be no difference in employee injury. Alternate, H1, it says, as a result of employee safety program, there will be a difference in employee injury. Now, this situation is like where probably there are too many accidents happening at workplace, and we're trying to convince the management, let's do some sort of employee safety program. Why? Because if you do employee safety program, people will be more aware about the safety measures and there will be lesser employee injury. You're trying to develop a relationship that this will impact this. There's a relation between them. Null says, forget about it. Again, there is no relation. One is a training program, another is a real-time accident. What are you trying to prove here? No relation. Null always talks about indifference. No relation. Let's have a look at it. There's nothing called H2 because they had another example. So just added another H2, H1, H2 sort of thing. This only H1. But yeah, somebody has a problem of domestic violence at home. So no, we trying to probably convince the family that you should take this person for anger management therapy or some sort of psychiatric treatment. Why? Because that will help the person to control his anger and then there'll be lesser domestic violence. So we're trying to prove a point that anger management therapy or this psychiatric treatment counseling sessions will reduce the domestic violence. Null says, forget about it. There's one which is therapy, one is a violence. What are you trying to talk about? Like, there's no relation. Null always talks about indifference. Like, there's a game. I can talk about this in India. We have this game, PUBG game, which was there. I'm sure, like, you must have heard about the PUBG game. This was banned, not right now. They banned it in the entire country. But before it got banned, it was banned in one of our states. State, and the reason was that playing PUBG leads to failure in exam, and they had to show like so. They were saying that people who were playing, the kids who were playing PUBG, they could not concentrate on the studies, and they scored bad in their exam. This petition was filed in the court, and they were able to prove statistically with giving some evidences that there's some people with same IQ level who played PUBG versus who did not play PUBG and their scores. So and they were able to prove that yes, playing PUBG leads to failure in an exam. Statistically, it was proven, and they were this particular state province we have, they banned legally. This was banned like about 3 years back. They banned PUBG already. So and now this has been banned within country. But now, having said that, the reason were different, but now null and alternate is always keep this in mind. Null will always say no difference, no relation. Alternate will say no, there is a significant difference. There will be a significant relationship between X and Y. I hope we are clear about null and alternate. Is this clear?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, just a question so that we can be rest assured that it's clear. Just a question. Now there is a person who is caught at a crime site. At a crime site, somebody is caught red-handed by the police, uh, and now there's a CCTV footage also. So and there are a lot of witness. A lot of people saw that person committing the crime. So there are witness. There's a CCTV footage. The police caught the person red-handed at the crime site with a weapon. Now, if this person is presented in the court, in the eyes of court, is this person innocent or is this person guilty? What is the default definition? What is the null definition in the eyes of court? Is the person innocent or is the person guilty?
Sir, in the eyes of the court,
Yes. It-
it's innocent.
okay. How about Sanjay?
Yeah, it should be evaluated. It is. I will go with Brian.
Absolutely right. You both are right. Absolutely correct. The person is innocent as the judge himself. Simple as that. And that's true. Uh, because you, this person in the eyes of court is innocent. You are having the court trial because you have to prove that this person has committed a crime. If this person was guilty, then you straight away go and hang this person. Then there's no court trial. Bottom line, you need to prove that this person has committed a crime. You have to get the evidences, you have to get the people to come and give the testimony, you have to get the CCTV footage. When the court will get evidence that yes, we have seen enough evidence and this person has definitely committed a crime, court will say no, null is wrong and alternate is right. So that's the evidence. So you need to always prove alternate. Alternate needs to prove it. We are trying to prove a point that this person has committed a crime. You have to submit evidences. You don't submit evidences, this person will walk out of the court without a question being asked. He doesn't have to say or prove a point or get evidences that he is innocent. The person who is claiming that this person has committed a crime, responsibility of proving lies on that person, that you have to submit. And if there have been evidences, a lot of instances in history, like a lot of people, that people who are real criminals are released because there were no evidences. That's what you need to prove the crime. And if you don't, pretty much the person will walk. So it's always said that innocent until proven guilty. That's the logic, the term they generally use it with it. So bottom line, null and alternate, I think we're good with it. But in the language of statistics, when we're dealing with data and analysis, now where does this the entire thing fits in? Now, null always will talk about like whatever we talk in this kind of data, so that this has no relation. This is not a root cause. Alternate will prove a point. No, it's a root cause. There is a significant impact. So how do we get to know whether null is right or alternate is right, whether this X has an impact on Y or not? So if it has an impact, then there's a root cause. So here the evidence is p value. So the p value which we got, we remember we did the normality test, we got a p value. That is the evidence. So here, like we have the evidence for every test, any statistical test that you will do, we will get a p-value. Looking at p-value, you will decide whether null is right or alternate is right. Is there a relation or is there is no relation? P-value will help us understand. Well, what is this p-value in India? So p-value means it is the probability of making an incorrect judgment. It's the other way around. Is the probability of making a wrong judgment is p-value. To understand, once we look at the clarity of what, we will understand the basic definition. But yeah, that's what p-value means. What is the chance you can be wrong? What is the probability of you being wrong? That is p-value. Let's understand how does it sink in the context of statistics. So like when we doing the statistical test, we have to look at null definition first. So when we perform any test, if you remember, when we did sample size calculation, we talked about confidence level and all that stuff. Null definitions, anything test that we do, if you remember, we did any test, it comes with 95% confidence. What it means that we are confident 95% of the time we will be right, but there's 5% chance you can be wrong also. So all null definitions come with 95% flat confidence level. Null definitions 5. So that leaves us with 5% risk of being wrong. This is the element of doubt or element of risk that your null may be wrong. So when you're saying that there is no relation, all managers' performance is same, morning shift, night shift productivity is same, there is an element of doubt there. 95% of the time you will be right, but 5% chance is there you can be wrong. So the null definition carry a risk of 5%. It can be wrong. This risk is referred as alpha risk. Alpha risk is what we deal with, which is 5%. Alpha risk of 5%. Now, you come back and challenge null. You come with an alternative statement. You say, whatever alternative statement, say, so this is fixed. There's no changes. This is fixed. We know this risk. It's known to us. Every statement. So every statement that you will be making, ticket handler has no impact, gender has no impact, age group has no impact. Every such claim that you're making, this has 5% risk. Fixed. This is not changing. You come up with a claim now. You're saying, no, no, no. Ticket handler has an impact, gender has an impact. I need to know what is the risk in your claim. I know what is the risk in this claim, that there is no relation. Help me understand what is the risk in your claim. Like when you're saying there is a relation, what is the probability you can be wrong? What is the so I know if I go with this logic, there is no relation, 5% chance is right there, I can be wrong. But if I go with your logic, which says there is a relation, tell me how much is the probability you will be wrong. That's what we want to figure out. That will be given by p-value. What is the probability of you claiming wrong? What is the probability of you making a wrong decision? That's where you p-value, the alternatives to risk will come into picture. Say, just for a random example here, just a random values I'm putting here. Say you perform a test and you find out that risk of alternate is 8%. Would you go with null or would you go with alternate? You'll go with null, right?
No.
Why would you go with alternate? It has got 8% risk. Null has 5% risk. If you believe there is no relation. If you believe both are same, night shift productivity, morning shift productivity, it is same. Male performance versus female performance is same. If you go with this logic, you have 5% chance you will be wrong. But if you go with the logic, no, there is a relation. There is a difference in the productivity. There's an 8% chance you will be wrong. Why would I go with the 8% chance? This is more risk. I'll continue to go with null. So I will say we failed to reject null. We wanted to reject null. We had a claim, but we failed. We wanted to prove null is wrong, but we could not do so. We have more risk in our claim. We can't. So whatever we wanted to prove, we could not prove it. What if I get a p-value or risk of alternate is 0.03? I've got alternate risk as 3%, null risk as 5%. Which one would you go with? Null or alternate?
Alternate.
Alternate, yes. We reject null and accept alternate. I'll say we have enough evidence, we have enough statistical evidence that null is wrong. It's bad. I will accept the claim. The claim is right. The claim is proved. Whatever claim we were making, we have evidence that claim is correct. So we were trying to prove that ticket handler has an impact. Yes, we have an evidence now. There is an impact. So whenever we try to compare, we just trying to find out, because this is already known. All we want to find out how much is the risk in your claim. What if you get 5% here also? What would you do? Null or alternate?
Null.
Absolutely right. You will still go with null. Bottom line, keep this in mind. The logic is null is already proven. Null is already right. Everyone believes null. You are the one who's coming and claiming. You got to prove me wrong. You have 5% risk and I also have 5% risk. Why should I change myself? I'm already proven. Everyone believes me. You also have 5% risk. I'm not going to change myself because you feel like doing so. You got to prove me wrong. And when do you prove me wrong? When you have lesser risk than me. So I will still continue with null. Even if there's a 5% risk, I cannot reject null because null is already proven. Why would people believe me? Unless until I prove it wrong. And I can only prove it wrong when my risk in my challenge, in my claim is less than the risk of null. So bottom line, to summarize this, if you perform a test, and every test will give you this p-value, if it is less than 5%, which is if your risk of alternate, p is the risk if you alternate, if the risk of alternate is less than the risk of null, if p-value is less than 5%, you will reject null and accept alternate. That means you have evidence, and that's there is a root cause now, proven root cause. But if your p-value is equal or more than 5%, that means your risk is more, we'll say we failed to reject. That's what is the essence of all the statistical tests. If we keep this in mind, we can't go wrong. That's what we got to keep in mind. And if you look at some of the YouTube videos where people are explaining about this p-value, you will see generally people using one slogan sort of thing. If p is low, null must go. If p is high, null must fly. That's how generally people use this slogan. If P is low, null must go, so alternate will come in. If P is high, it's bigger, then null must fly, null will continue. That's how it is. So I hope we're good with this, everyone. Like we have clear clarity about what is null and what is alternate.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. We might wind up a little early. So today, just want to make sure that we, keeping in mind, most of us are not there. We will be just covering the basics of it and the statistical tests and all. We might not, we might just cover up later on or next in the next session. But yes, something which is based on theory stuff, we will be sort of covering it up in this session. We don't, because there's one more thing which we will be looking at, basic test we will be covering up, but the actual statistical test we might just keep it for, because just want to make sure that everyone gets covered. So few basic fundamentals we will be covering, but the actual statistical test, which is these tests which will be working on the entire data, we will park it for the next session when we have everyone, just to make sure that everyone gets covered. So these are some statistical tests which we'll be covering up. For now, we'll be just looking into the some of the basic stuff which is there. First thing first, while we do this null and alternate, there is a possibility that we can make some error, some mistakes. Some mistakes we should know. There are types of error which we should know. What are the types of error? There's something called type 1 error. This is also known as alpha error. This is also known as uh, okay, you got type 1 error, alpha error, manufacturer's risk, innocent, punished situation. So various names given to the same error. I will understand what's that. And type 2 error, you can call it as beta error. You can call it as consumer's risk, call it as guilty released situation. So what is the type 1 error? What is a type 2 error? While we doing these statistical tests, we're getting these p-values, we can become a victim of these errors or mistakes. If we prove null as alternate, we have made a mistake. If there is a null, that means X and Y are not related. There is no relation between them. And you proved it that yes, there is. You made an error. You made a mistake. And that mistake is referred as type 1 error. We'll understand why this can happen and in what circumstances this kind of error can happen. But if a null is proven as an alternate, you have committed a type 1 error. And if we prove alternate as null, you have committed type 2 error. That's the other version. Now, both these errors will happen because of a same reason. Sample size and sampling methodology. Measure phase, again going back to measure phase. If you have committed error here in the measure phase, you will be a victim of these errors. Why? If you have insufficient sample, you will end up making these errors. So people, when they were not using the statistical method to calculate the right sample size, and they were just used to pick, let's pick 50 samples, 100 samples, they were making these errors. You have incorrect data, insufficient data, it will give you wrong predictions. So that was the primary reason. And secondary is wrong sampling methodology. Earlier there were tons of bad sampling methodologies, but over a period of time, nowadays these errors have gone down significantly. About 10 years back, I think these were very, very bad. Like things were, people were still using traditional method to pick up sample size, wrong sampling, bad sampling methodologies. I'm sure they are convenience sampling, quota sampling, judgment sampling, you have snowball sampling, and there were tons. Like, so this list can go on and on. There, I would say there are over 100 different types of sampling methodologies. They're obsolete, gone. Don't even think about them. The ones we've talked about are the ones which are latest current after canceling all these bad ones. So when, like 10 years back, when things were not these methodologies were in practice, you end up picking up a sample which was a wrong sample, which will give you wrong information, and then you will either end up committing a type 1 or a type 2 error. So we need to ensure, let's say, innocent punished. Why we talk about innocent punished? Because if it's null, the null means the person is, say somebody is taken to the court of law. What is the definition? The person is innocent. But because of wrong evidences, you prove the person is guilty. Submitting wrong evidences, people come and testify incorrectly, we create evidences, and you prove that the person is guilty. The person is taken to, like, probably the person is jailed or whatever. Innocent punished. You made an error. You made a mistake. Innocent was punished. That is null. The person was innocent, null. You proved it guilty. That is a type 1 error. If the person was guilty and because of lack of evidence, or the person, a witness turned hostile, then a real criminal is released, null, proved, like released as an innocent person. So pretty much you end up making, you can be a victim of these errors. They can happen, but they can happen because of this. Nowadays they have gone down significantly because we have good sampling methodologies. We have the method of sampling, the calculation of sampling is there. We don't have but we can never ever say that we will never be a victim of these errors. What if we mess up with the process? We will definitely be a victim of these kind of errors. I hope we clear with this, everyone.
Yes. Thank you.
Right. No, pretty much in this list we have one more thing which before we get into the statistical, like the test part of it, before we discuss the test, there is something which is 7 quality tools. So when we have discussed about initially, we discussed about 7, like one of the tools here. Let me just, first of all, before we get into these tools are graphical tools. So stat 1 is a statistical tools that we will be dealing with all the tests and everything that we will be discussing, where null and alternate will be discussed. But before we get there, because there will be some complementary graphical tools which will be required as a supplementary chart along with those tools. These are 7 quality control tools which we have: histogram, we have check sheet, we have flow chart, then we have your scatter plot, we have got Pareto chart, we've got fishbone diagram, and control charts. There's 7 quality control tools. Now, we should be familiar with this because we don't need to use all of them at all the time, but yes, whatever is the need of the hour, we will end up using them. Now, so histogram is something which we have already been discussing. We've already used it, in fact, today so histogram is nothing other than your normal distribution. This is your normal distribution. When you deal with data, you plot the data graphically, it forms a bell-shaped curve. That is nothing other than histogram. So normal distribution is when we look at, why do we study histogram? Why do we have a normal distribution? It helps you to understand both centering of the process and variation in the process. Centering, because you're able to see the center, where's the mean, and then +1 - 1 standard deviation, +2 - 2, which is the variation. When you want to study your entire process, you must look at centering and variation of the process. And the way to do it, this is using normal distribution. It helps you to assess your process performance also using normal distribution. So histogram is something which we definitely need to understand and use. Why? Because you can't calculate your signal if you don't do the histogram part of it. That's there. Check sheets are like, can you give me an example of a check sheet? Anyone? Like probably an example of a check sheet.
Like checklist.
Yes, absolutely. Checklist will be a checklist. Everyone has a different, like every organization, every department has a different, their own unique ways of maintaining a checklist, a to-do list. Basically, even the data collection that we have done, that's also a form of a checklist. We have your pre-recorded variables, and then you have got around those variables, you maintain the data, like your attendance sheet. That's also a checklist. Your attendance data, your probably these housekeeping people, they maintain the data. Your maintenance record data, all that. Uh, you maintain a check sheet just about. Why? Because check sheets will help you ensure that you can collect your data and then you can use the data for analysis. So check sheets, checklists are way too manual, but very important for you to perform analysis. This forms the basis. You don't have a checklist, check sheet, you can't collect the data. It's a format in which you maintain the data. Is will be the check sheet. Flowcharts, we already talked about SciPoc in the define phase. We talked about process flow map, process map. We all deal with the flowchart. So flowcharts are very, very essential. When you talk about implementation of lean, you don't have a flowchart, you will not be able to understand where the process starts, where it ends. How would you find the wastage to remove the waste from the process? So flowchart is essential for you to implement lean. SciPoc, we talked about, you don't have your SciPoc, that's also a flowchart. Flowcharts, process maps, they are essential. I mean, we know this since schooling days, it's a part of it. Now, scatter plot, we will be parking this right now. Why? Because this is going to be used with a statistical test. So when we do a statistical test correlation, this is going to be the complementary chart, which will be studied and will be created along with correlation. So we will be parking it for there. So it's a combination chart for correlation and scatter plot. They go hand in hand. This is the statistical test and that's the graphical test. So they work together always. Pareto chart is known as 80-20 rule, which we'll make right now. We'll learn about this Pareto chart right now. Fishbone diagram, we've already done the measure phase. And control chart, we'll learn in the control phase, which is going to be the last session when we meet. Control charts will be covered in the control phase. So for now, we'll be doing a Pareto chart, which is also known as 80-20 rule. So if we go back to this folder, let's see, in data files, in analyze, we have Pareto chart, this Pareto chart folder. Now, the data needs to be collected in this format. You should have type of issues and the count of issues. Type of issues, so whatever may be organization challenges, multiple problems, you need to maintain the type of issue. What are the types of issues you're getting, and how many times did you face the issue? How many times? So different types of issues and the count. I'll just copy paste this data and let's paste it on MINITAB first. Okay, let's see. Put it on MINITAB. That's your data for Pareto chart. That's how the data needs to be plotted. We go to stat, we go to quality tools, and the second one is Pareto chart. We click on the Pareto chart here. We put defects in defect, the type of defects, and then we just select count. So defects and defect frequencies with the count. It always gives a default option to combine after 95%. I would rather see everything clearly. Do not combine. I want to see every problem clearly in the chart. So do not combine. Don't combine the problems which are smaller. Ideally, smaller problems, they club it together. I would not do that. Click OK. It constructs your Pareto chart. That's how your Pareto chart works. The data may be in any order in your sheet, like up and down, say 274 issues, 59 issues, 19 issues, 43 issues. It may be up and down, doesn't matter. But when you're looking at Pareto chart, it will be always in a descending order. Maximum problem, second highest, third highest, fourth highest, fifth highest, and so on and so forth in a descending order. And you look at the count of it, 274, 59, 43. It has been created in descending order. Then it gives you the incremental percentage, how much each problem is contributing to the total percentage, total issues. So it says missing screws are 64.8% of the total number of issues. Missing clips are 13.9% of the total issues. Leaky gasket is 10.2% of the total issues, and so on and so forth. Every problem's contribution to the total number. Then gives you the cumulative percentage. Cumulative percentage is the adding up, like basically total of. So here, this alone is contributing 64.8%. You add up the 64.8 plus 13.9. So these two together is contributing 78.7% problems. You add another 10.2, so 78.7 plus 10.2. These three together are contributing 88.9% issues. You add up another 4.5, these four together are contributing 93.4, and so on and so forth till 800%. The same cumulative frequency line is on the top here also. These percentages are plotted as line. Now, it goes with the 80-20 rule that 80% of your problem will come because of 20% reasons. So few reasons will be causing a lot of defects. That's what it goes by. So it helps you to prioritize where are your maximum problems coming from, and you don't need to run after every problem. Focus on the most critical one. So how do we get that 80-20 kind of thing? We click anywhere in the graph, right click. We go to add items, and here we go to reference line. In the reference line, when we click, now it gives you primary scale, it gives you secondary. Primary scale is this one. Secondary scale is the percent. So we are looking at percentage. So here we put 80% on the secondary scale. We click OK. This line will bisect this. We know these two together are contributing 78.7% issue. So just ahead of it will be 80%. Here somewhere here, just ahead of it. So these problems, like I have 80% problems coming from these issues. Roughly, we already know that 78.7 is coming from these two. So if I don't need to exactly solve 80%, so it helps you to prioritize. Don't run after all the problems. Just solve these two practically. And I want to kind of highlight this. This is the this area is what I need to work on, and I should be able to solve my roughly 80% of my problems. That's how it is. So Pareto chart will help you prioritize this problem, and you'll be able to notify this. Like this is the area we are going to work on in the project. Is it clear how to get the Pareto chart, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can you repeat again the one we did the last time?
Yeah, this let me just go back to this quality tools, Pareto chart. Click on
The other one where you got the 80%.
80% one. Okay. Let me just reconstruct this chart again so it will get a blank one. Okay. So I have this, do a right click,
Right click. Okay.
add items and reference line. And here in secondary access, put in 80. Okay. And then should you want to get this box, you can use box on this thing. You can use this also. This is what, make this clear even more. Uh, Probably you want to use different shaded lines, whatever. When you use, this is the area you're focusing on. That will be another way of presenting the data. Is it okay with it, like everyone, like, because I
But
think that will, yes,
Pareto,
yes, please.
Pareto, if I can conclude from the number itself, table itself, why to go
Absolutely,
for?
absolutely. Yeah. See, honestly, I'm with absolutely with you. See, there are a lot of people who have been using this, but I have the same opinion the way you have it, because I have the data. I can look at the data. I can just identify it from there. But the only justification or reasoning which we have, I have also got, because I'm come from the same school of thought, which where I can have some values which is just in front of me. What's the fun in making this image out of it? So the only justification we have got is that a picture is worth 1,000 words. So the retention of images, graphs is much higher than the data itself. So and as you go higher up in the management, data will substitute graphs and charts from explanation perspective. So that's how it is. Otherwise, no other logical or statistical reasoning out is here. So I have exactly the same apprehensions. Until date, I don't use this in any of my projects. I've never used, but because I don't, something what I don't believe, I don't use it. Simple as that. That's how it is.
Right. Thank you.
So because the same data is, I can look at it, so I don't need to do this. I know these are my major problems. What's the fun in probably going ahead and like making an image out of it? But yeah, that's how it is. Some tools are there, so which we can definitely, it's a part of the list. Again, when this guy's created this IA 7 quality control tools, again, this is one of them. So I don't find a reason here, but somehow it is there. So we will be left with control charts that we need to work on. We need to work on scatter plot, which is left out in the 7 quality tools. So scatter plot by default will get covered when we do the statistical test. Control charts will get covered when we study the control phase. I will rather like to keeping in mind, because that's where we will be actually getting into the actual test of the statistical test. We'll sort of park, because then all is now is a list of all those statistical tests that we'll be covering on. Let's do one thing. Let's park it for here, park it till here. You can practice and like whatever content we worked on. Let's keep all the statistical tests for the next session. Is that okay with everyone?
Okay, let's make it.
Okay, so because we don't want to get into the test, because that's where the real differences come in. Because anyone who has missed out today's session, today, like whatever we've covered, this is something they can still watch the video and understand this part of it. But yes, when we get into the actual test, probably there'll be more of questioning and stuff that we need to practice parallelly also. That's where I would want at least everything get covered. So in case it's okay with you all, we can wind it up a little early and like connect next in the next session.
Okay.
Brian, how
Thank you.
about you? Is that okay with you, Brian, also?
I
Brian?
think Brian already signed up.
Okay. All right. So let's
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. So I'll share the sheet with everyone, like this Excel sheet, and let's then connect next week. Not next week,
Okay.
probably we'll have the next session on 4th, because I won't be available. So next will be on the 4th. In between, like we'll have some time. Let's kind of coordinate, because I will be traveling, like continuously traveling it somewhere in between. So I think as for the schedule, also we have the next session on 4th.
Okay.
Okay. In the meantime, again,
Thank
in
you.
case there is nothing need, we can definitely we can touch base on email.
Okay, thank you,
All right.
sir.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Take good care of
Okay.
yourself.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye. Same to you.